Hello there, my moonlit listeners. Tonight, we explore the complete story of every superpower belonging to the Cullen family, including Bella, where each gift truly came from, how it shapes their daily existence, and the hidden cost that comes with carrying it forever. These abilities are not random. They are reflections of who each Cullen was at their most essential human core. Traits so deeply embedded that even transformation could not erase them. Only amplify them into something extraordinary, something permanent, something that explains everything. If there is a Twilight story you would love to fall asleep to next, tell me in the comments. I would love to create it for you. So, settle in. Close your eyes and let the quiet take you. As every secret behind every gift slowly comes to light. There is a version of the vampire that most people imagine when they hear the word. Pale and still, impossibly fast, dangerously beautiful, stronger than anything that walks in daylight. And that version is accurate as far as it goes. Every vampire, regardless of age or origin or the particular circumstances of their transformation, receives those same fundamental gifts the moment they cross the threshold between human life and immortal existence. Strength that would seem absurd measured against anything biological. Speed that makes human athletes look frozen in place. Senses so acute that the world becomes almost overwhelming in its detail. Every sense separated into its individual threads. Every sound audible from distances that should make hearing impossible. And every color and texture rendered with a precision that no human eye could match. These are not special abilities. These are simply what it means to be a vampire, the baseline, the floor. Every newborn who opens their eyes for the first time after 3 days of burning receives these gifts without exception, without variation, without any particular relationship to who they were before. A person who is physically weak in human life wakes strong. A person who is slow wakes fast. A person who is unremarkable in every way wakes beautiful, or something close enough to it that the distance between what they were and what they have become is almost impossible to measure. The transformation is indiscriminate in this way. It does not reward or punish. It simply elevates across every physical dimension to a standard that has nothing to do with what the person deserved or what they had worked to become. But then there is something else, something rarer, something that does not arrive with every transformation and cannot be predicted or guaranteed or produced through any deliberate effort on the part of the one being transformed. Something that the oldest and most knowledgeable among the immortal world have studied for centuries without arriving at complete understanding. The gifts, the powers that go beyond enhanced biology, beyond the physical perfection that all vampires share, and into something that has no clean scientific explanation and no easy category. Telepathy, precognition, the ability to feel and shape the emotional states of those nearby. Illusions so complete, they override every sense simultaneously. The creation of physical pain from nothing more than concentrated thought. The projection of sensory deprivation so total that a person loses contact with the world entirely, conscious but unreachable, locked inside a darkness of someone else's making. These abilities do not belong to every vampire. Most immortals live out their entire existences, which can span centuries, sometimes millennia, without developing anything beyond the standard gifts of their kind. They are fast and strong and beautiful, and they endure. And that is enough for survival, enough for the long centuries, enough to navigate a world that does not know they exist. But they do not hear thoughts. They do not see futures. They do not reach into the emotional interior of a room and reshape what they find there. Those abilities belong to a much smaller group, and the question of why, of what separates those who develop gifts from those who do not, is one of the more profound and poorly understood aspects of immortal existence. The best answer that centuries of observation have produced is this: the gifts are not new. They do not arrive from outside the person during transformation, drop into them by the process like some unexpected addition to an otherwise predictable formula. They were already there, already present, already functioning in some limited human-scaled way during the person's mortal life. The transformation does not create them. It finds them, identifies them as the most essential and concentrated aspect of a person's psychological and perceptual nature, and amplifies them beyond anything that biology could ever sustain. Think of it this way: a human mind is constrained by its physical architecture, by the limitations of neurons and chemistry, by the necessary boundaries that keep a functioning person from being overwhelmed by their own capacities. A person who is unusually perceptive about other people's emotional states, who has always been able to walk into a room and immediately sense what is unspoken, who has spent a lifetime navigating human relationships with an accuracy that borders on uncanny. That person is working with an ability that already exists in them, but which their human body can only express within a narrow range. The transformation removes those constraints entirely. Whatever was most essentially present in that person's mind, whatever perceptual or psychological trait was most deeply embedded in who they were, is suddenly freed from every limitation that mortality imposed. And if that trait was strong enough, concentrated enough, fundamental enough to that particular person's nature, it becomes something that can no longer be accurately described as simply human perception taken further. It becomes something else, something that requires a different vocabulary entirely. This is the pattern. This is the principle that underlies every supernatural ability in the immortal world. And it is the key that unlocks the story of the Cullen family in a way that surface-level observation of their powers cannot. Because when you understand that every gift is an echo of a human life, the abilities stop being interesting primarily as tools or weapons or tactical advantages, and start being interesting as portraits, and each one is a picture of a person who no longer exists, rendered permanent by a process that preserved their most essential quality, and then amplified it past all recognition. To understand the gift is to understand the human. And to understand the human is to understand everything that came after. But there is an important distinction to establish before any individual can be fully considered. The gifts that emerge from transformation fall into two broad categories, and treating them as equivalents would miss something essential about how they function and what they cost, and what they reveal about the person who carries them. The first category is what might be called an active gift. These are the abilities that announce themselves, that operate with obvious and often dramatic effect on the world or on the people around the one who possesses them. Telepathy is an active gift. Precognition is an active gift. The ability to manipulate emotions, to create illusions, to inflict pain through thought alone. These are all active gifts, and they share certain characteristics beyond their obvious function. They are continuous. They do not switch off when their possessor would prefer quiet or privacy, or the simple relief of an ordinary moment. They demand something of the person who carries them, requiring constant management, constant calibration, constant negotiation between the gift's natural expression and the demands of living alongside others who cannot fully understand what it costs to possess such a thing. Our active gifts are powerful and often extraordinary in their utility, but they are rarely comfortable. They tend to place their possessor in a relationship with the world that is fundamentally different from any relationship the people around them can access, and that difference creates a particular kind of loneliness that no amount of family or companionship can entirely resolve. The second category is the passive gift. These are subtler, often overlooked in discussions of vampire abilities, sometimes not recognized as gifts at all, which is itself a reflection of how poorly understood they are, even among those who have spent centuries thinking about such things. A passive gift does not manifest as a new ability. It does not create a power that the person lacked as a human. Instead, Emmett takes whatever trait was already their most essential quality and amplifies it to its absolute possible limit, to a degree so far beyond any natural expression of that trait that it begins to function as something qualitatively different from what it was before, even if it does not produce a dramatic or easily categorized supernatural effect. Physical beauty is the most commonly observed passive gift, because beauty was already a quality that vampires possess universally, making it easy to dismiss any individual's extreme beauty as simply the standard vampire condition taken slightly further. But this misses something important. When a person's most essential human quality was their appearance, when their entire social reality was organized around being perceived as beautiful, and when their sense of self was inextricably bound to that quality, when their understanding of their own value in the world was filtered almost entirely through how others responded to the way they looked, the transformation does not simply give them the standard vampire beauty. It takes that pre-existing dominance of the trait and amplifies it to a degree that sets them apart even among immortals. The result is not more beautiful in a merely quantitative sense. It is beauty as a force, beauty as something that functions almost as an ability, even without any active component, because it changes the behavior and the perception of every person who encounters it, whether they intend it to or not. Strength is another passive gift. Most vampires are strong, but a person whose defining human quality was physical power and fearlessness, and the easy confidence of someone who had always moved through the world as if it were built to accommodate them, may find that quality amplified far beyond the vampire baseline, creating a physical capacity that stands apart even in a world where everyone is already extraordinary by any human measure. The distinction matters enormously because passive gifts are frequently misread as absences. A vampire who does not develop telepathy or precognition or emotional manipulation is sometimes described as having no gift, and this framing implies a lack, an incompleteness, as though the transformation looked inside that person and found nothing worth preserving in a special way. But this is incorrect, and it reflects a bias toward the dramatic. I'm toward the easily observable and easily categorized, that misses the quieter but equally significant reality of what passive gifts actually are. The absence of an active gift does not indicate that the transformation found nothing essential in that person to amplify. It indicates that what was most essential in them did not reside in their interior life, in their perceptual or psychological processes, but in something external, something physical or identity-based or expressed through how they moved in the world, rather than how they processed it from within. The amplification happened. It simply happened in a different direction. Understanding both categories together is the only way to understand the Cullen family accurately, and without that understanding, half the family appears to be missing something rather than carrying something. As some members of that family possess active gifts that have been studied and written about in the immortal world for decades, gifts that are obvious in their function and impossible to overlook. Others carry passive gifts that are sometimes dismissed by those who have not thought carefully enough about what they are actually observing. And the story of the family cannot be told honestly without giving equal weight to both. There is one more principle worth establishing before the story of each individual begins, and it is perhaps the most important of all. It is the principle that no gift exists without a corresponding cost. This is not a poetic observation, not a philosophical flourish added to make the story feel more balanced or more fair. It is a functional reality, observable in every case where a gift has been closely and honestly examined over time. An active gift that provides extraordinary information, that opens the minds of everyone nearby to direct observation, that makes the thoughts and intentions and secret interior lives of other people as audible as spoken words, does not simply give its possessor an advantage. It also means that the possessor cannot choose not to receive that information. They cannot find silence. They cannot grant others the privacy of an unobserved thought or receive it for themselves. The stream does not pause. The voices do not stop. The gift and its burden are the same experience, simply encountered from opposite directions, depending on whether you are measuring what is gained or what is lost. An active gift that allows its possessor to feel and influence the emotional states of those around them does not simply make its possessor more attuned and more responsive. It means the room never stops pressing into them. Every person's fear and grief and hunger and longing and frustration and joy becomes as real and as physically immediate as whatever the possessor themselves actually feels, and the boundary between what is theirs and what belongs to the people around them can become dangerously thin. The power and the suffering are inseparable, woven together so completely that removing one would dissolve the other. A passive gift of extraordinary beauty does not simply make its possessor more admired, it makes concealment more difficult. It draws attention that a creature which must remain hidden from human awareness has serious reason to avoid and, most significantly, freezes its possessor in an identity that was formed at one particular moment of a human life and then made absolutely permanent, regardless of whether that identity still serves the person it belongs to, regardless of whether they would choose it again if they could. Every gift is also a wound. Every amplification also amplifies whatever vulnerability was attached to the original trait. This is the hidden architecture beneath every extraordinary ability in the immortal world, and it is the thread that runs through every individual story that follows. Understanding it does not diminish the gifts. It completes them. It makes them honest. The Volturi understood this after a fashion. The oldest vampire coven in the world, seated for millennia in the ancient city of Volterra in northern Italy, governing the immortal population through a combination of absolute law and the very specific threat of their most gifted members, had spent centuries collecting gifted vampires the way powerful institutions collect rare resources. Aro, the most senior of the Volturi leadership, possessed a gift of his own. The ability to read every thought a person had ever had through a single moment of physical contact. And this gift had given him a uniquely comprehensive view of what supernatural abilities existed in the world and what they were worth to those who held power. His understanding was vast, and his patience in acquiring what he wanted was effectively limitless. His conclusion, refined over centuries of deliberate observation, was that gifts were the primary currency of power in the immortal world. Not strength, not numbers, not the control of territory, or the accumulation of wealth in human financial systems. Gifts, because a single gifted vampire properly placed and properly motivated could accomplish things that no army of ordinary immortals could match. A telepath could anticipate resistance before it formed. A precognitive could see threats centuries before they arrived. Someone who could create pain from thought alone could subdue an entire coven without a single moment of physical conflict. And so the Volturi collected gifted vampires, invited them to Volterra, offered them position and protection, and the strange prestige of belonging to the most ancient and powerful institution in the immortal world. When invitation was declined, and they found other means of making the value of acceptance clear. But the Volturi's framework for understanding gifts was fundamentally a political one, a strategic one, concerned almost entirely with what a gift could accomplish for those already in power. It did not ask where the gift came from, what it had cost the person before and after transformation, what it preserved of a human life that had otherwise ended, or what it revealed about who that person had been in their most essential self before any of it began. That is the question this story asks instead. Not what these abilities accomplish in the world, but what they mean within the person who carries them. What they preserve of something that should have been lost, are what they say about the human being who crossed into immortality, carrying something so deeply embedded in their nature that even death could not remove it. What it means to be defined forever by the most concentrated version of who you once were. The Cullens are 8 individuals. Each came to immortality by a different path, in a different century, under different circumstances, carrying a different essential nature into the same irreversible process. What the transformation found in each of them, and what that discovery has meant for every year of the long existence that followed, is where the story begins now. There is a particular kind of strength that does not announce itself. It does not arrive with speed or fire or the dramatic flourish of an ability that bends the world visibly to its possessor's will. It simply holds. It simply endures. It chooses again and again and again across the long centuries the same difficult thing, and it does not break. And in a world where every instinct, every biological imperative, every screaming demand of an immortal body pushes in the opposite direction, that kind of strength becomes something so rare that the word discipline no longer contains it. It becomes something closer to grace, something closer to the kind of faith that does not require proof because it has already survived every possible argument against itself. This is Carlisle Cullen's gift, and it begins not in the moment of his transformation, not in the 3 days of burning that remade him into something immortal and irreversible, but long before that, in a city that smelled of coal smoke and river water, and the particular anxiety of a world that believed monsters were real and believed equally that it was someone's sacred duty to find them and destroy them before they could do what monsters do. London, in the 1640s, was a city shaped by fear of what it could not see. The English Civil War had fractured the country along religious and political lines so deeply that the fractures had not yet healed and would not for a generation. The executed king was barely cold in the ground, and the question of what England owed to God and what it owed to its own people was not an abstract theological debate, but a living, urgent, and sometimes violent negotiation playing out in every pulpit and every street corner and every home where people of faith tried to understand what the collapse of the old order meant for the eternal order they believed in. Into this atmosphere of theological urgency and social instability, a son was born to an Anglican pastor whose faith was not merely a profession, but an identity so total that it colored every perception, every judgment, every understanding of what the world was and what it owed to the divine. Carlisle grew up inside that faith. He absorbed it not as doctrine imposed from outside, but as the genuine architecture of his own inner life, the framework through which he understood good and evil, duty and sin, the nature of the human soul and what it was worth and what it was owed. His father was a man of deep conviction and alongside it, a man of deep rigidity. Someone who saw the world in terms that admitted very little ambiguity and felt no particular discomfort about that narrowness, because narrowness in service of righteousness seemed to him not a limitation, but a virtue. There were those who served God and those who served darkness, and the boundary between them was clear, and the duty of a righteous man was equally clear. And Carlisle grew up understanding that this was the shape of the world and that his place within it was already defined. What his father did not fully account for was the particular quality of his son's mind. Carlisle had inherited the faith genuinely, had absorbed the moral conviction without pretense or performance, but he had also inherited, from somewhere less easily traced, a quality of observation that his father's certainty did not possess. He noticed things. He questioned things, not loudly, not in ways that created conflict, but internally, with the persistent curiosity of a person whose mind could not quite stop itself from asking whether what it was being told matched what it was actually seeing. This tension between inherited conviction and independent observation would define the rest of his existence in ways neither he nor his father could have anticipated. When his father's eyesight began to fail, and his capacity to lead the congregation's organized efforts against supposed creatures of darkness diminished with it, the vampires and werewolves and witches and the whole catalogue of things that era believed lurked at the margins of civilization. The responsibility passed to Carlisle. He was young for it, barely a man by any reasonable measure, still forming the person he would become. But he was his father's son, and his father's faith lived in him genuinely, and so he accepted the duty without outward resistance and led the hunts through the dark streets of London with the particular earnestness of someone who believed, or was trying very hard to believe, in the righteousness of what he was doing. Most of what they found was nothing. Elderly women whose neighbours had decided their gardens were suspicious, whose solitude had been mistaken for conspiracy, whose poverty had been interpreted as evidence of a dark bargain struck somewhere beyond ordinary sight. Vagrants whose appearance in the wrong alley at the wrong hour had generated stories that grew in the telling until they seemed to require official response. And Carlisle was more observant than his father and more honest with himself about what he was actually seeing. And he recognized the difference between rumor and evidence with a precision that sometimes made leading these expeditions a complicated exercise in managing the gap between what people wanted to find and what was actually there. He went through the motions. He maintained the authority his position required, and all the while, his careful mind was quietly noting the discrepancy between the theological certainty that monsters existed and the practical reality that most of what they were hunting was fear wearing a story. And then one night, in the drainage ditch of a London alley, he found something that was not nothing. Something that was not a frightened woman or a confused vagrant or a shadow given a shape by someone's overactive imagination. Something that moved with a speed that no human body should have been capable of, and that turned toward him with eyes that caught the dim lantern light in a way that made his stomach drop with a recognition his rational mind was not entirely prepared to accept. A nest of actual vampires, old ones by every evidence, creatures that had been navigating the city's shadows for far longer than anyone hunting them had suspected, layered into the life of London so deeply that they had become effectively invisible to those who were supposedly looking. They scattered when his group descended, as old vampires could, disappearing into the dark with a speed that made pursuit an exercise in futility. But one of them, in the chaos of flight, turned, and Carlisle, who had been moving forward when the tactical wisdom of the moment demanded he pull back, found himself bitten before he had fully processed what was happening, before his body had time to translate the speed of the movement into a coherent sequence of cause and effect. He knew enough to know what a vampire bite meant. He had grown up on the law, had studied it with his father's books and his father's absolute certainty. He knew what he was now in the process of becoming, knew the timeline, knew that there were 3 days ahead of him that he could not prevent or negotiate or pray his way out of. And so Carlisle did something that revealed, in one desperate and extraordinarily clarifying decision, the essential nature of the person the transformation was about to preserve forever. He hid, and he dragged himself away from the alley, away from his companions who were still shouting in the chaos of the scatter, away from anyone who might see what was happening to him and respond the way he himself had trained them to respond to someone in his condition. He found a cellar in an abandoned building nearby, dark, cold, smelling of rot and old earth, and he buried himself beneath a pile of decaying potatoes, and he endured. The 3 days of transformation alone, in the dark, biting down on the screaming that every nerve in his body demanded he release into the world, enduring in silence the most extreme physical experience available to any living or unliving being, without witness, without comfort, without the knowledge that it would end. He hid not because he was a coward, and the decision required more courage than almost anything that came after it. He hid because he understood, with the clear and terrible logic of someone who had spent years thinking carefully about exactly this situation, that if anyone found him in those 3 days, they would do what his father had trained all of them, to do to creatures like what he was becoming. And some part of him, even in the fire that made every other thought fragmentary and unreliable, was not yet ready to be destroyed. There was something still unresolved in him, some questions still open, some life still unlived, and it held him in that cellar through 3 days of burning with a grip that surprised him later, when he had the distance to think about it clearly. But the other reason he hid, and this is the reason that matters most for understanding every choice he made afterward, was shame. Profound, theological, architecturally embedded shame. He was the son of a man who had spent his life hunting the darkness, and now he was the darkness. He had become the precise thing he had been tasked with eliminating, not through any moral failure of his own, not through any conscious choice or secret desire, but through the simple, terrible accident of having been in the wrong place at a moment when one of the creatures he was hunting chose to run toward him rather than away, and the faith that lived inside him, the genuine moral conviction that was not performance but the actual structure of his inner life, turned immediately inward and began to ask questions that would not stop asking themselves for centuries. When the burning stopped and Carlisle opened his eyes for the first time as an immortal being, the world presented itself to him in a way that had no human precedent and no adequate language. The darkness of the cellar was not darkness at all, but a richly detailed world rendered in sensory ranges his human eyes had never accessed. The sounds of London above him, the horses and voices and rain against cobblestones, and the 1,000 layered sounds of a city's ordinary life, arrived with a clarity so complete and so immediate that it was almost indistinguishable from pain. And beneath all of it, threading through everything like a current beneath still water, the scent of human blood, warm and immediate and complex, and calling to him with a force that bore no resemblance to any kind of hunger he had experienced as a human. This was not appetite. This was imperative. This was the new body's most fundamental demand, pressing against every other thought with a relentlessness that made it nearly impossible to hold any other consideration in mind at the same time. He did not feed. This was not, in those first days, a moral decision made from a position of clarity and strength. It was the collision of an overpowering physical need with a moral framework so deeply embedded that it could not be overridden even by the most extreme biological pressure an immortal body could generate. In Carlisle could not reconcile what he now was with what he still genuinely believed, and in the paralysis of that irreconcilability, he did the only thing available to him. He fled the city. He moved north, away from the density of human life and the density of everything that called to him within it, with the instinctive avoidance of contact that his shame enforced, even when the thirst screamed for the opposite direction entirely. He tried to starve himself. This fact about Carlisle's early existence deserves more attention than it typically receives, because it illuminates something essential about the person he was before and the person he was becoming. He genuinely, deliberately attempted to die rather than feed on human blood. He had read enough of the lore to understand that vampires required blood the way humans required food and water, that the need was not optional and could not be negotiated away through willpower alone. And he understood with equal clarity that he was not willing to take a human life to satisfy that need. Faced with the apparent impossibility of resolving these two facts, Carlisle chose to attempt to eliminate one of them. He stopped moving. He stopped seeking. He sat in the wilderness of northern England and waited, with the bleak patience of someone who had already accepted the outcome, for whatever would happen to a vampire who simply refused to be a vampire. What happened was not death. Death, it turned out, was not that easily available to him, and what happened instead was a progressive dissolution of the qualities that made him recognizably himself. The careful observation, the moral reasoning, the patient self-awareness. As the thirst escalated beyond what any sustained rational thought could coexist with, he became less Carlisle and more something else, something driven entirely by the single need his body would not let him ignore, something that moved through the Scottish Highlands in a state that was barely distinguishable from animal delirium. And then, in one moment during a night that he would mark for the rest of his existence as the turning point of everything, he attacked a herd of deer. He came back to himself slowly, the way a person surfaces from a very deep sleep, awareness returning in layers rather than all at once. He was in a field. There was blood. The animal at his feet was dead, and the thirst, the terrible, consuming, thought-obliterating thirst that had been his only companion for weeks, was quieter, diminished. Something he could, for the first time since the cellar in London, actually think past, rather than being entirely subsumed within. Carlisle knelt in the dark field and understood what had happened with a particular clarity that arrives after a long period of confusion finally resolves. He had fed, not on a human, but on an animal, and the effect was real. Incomplete, certainly. Animal blood would never satisfy the thirst the way human blood would. This he understood instinctively, and would confirm through decades of subsequent experience, but sufficient. Sufficient to sustain him. Sufficient to allow him to remain himself. The feeling that moved through him in that moment was not simple. It was not triumph, not relief, not the uncomplicated joy of a problem solved. It was something more carefully calibrated than any of those things, something that contained within it both the awareness of what he had just discovered and the awareness of what it would cost him to build a life on this discovery, because it was not a solution that would grow easier with time. It was a practice, a daily, relentless, unglamorous practice of choosing the harder path when the easier one was always there, always available, always singing to him with the particular insistence of the only thing his body was truly designed to want. But it was possible. And for Carlisle, whose faith had always been less about the absence of difficulty than about the presence of choice, if possibility was enough. The decades that followed were a form of self-education that no institution could have provided, because no institution existed that taught what he needed to learn. He moved through Europe with the careful, unhurried patience of someone who understood that he had a great deal of time and no particular reason to rush. He spent years in France, studying in the libraries of Paris, moving through the intellectual life of a continent that was beginning to question things it had once accepted without examination. He moved through the Italian states, absorbing art and architecture and the long history of human civilization, with the appetite of a mind that had been given eternity in which to be curious. He learned medicine, he learned music, he learned the languages and the histories and the philosophical traditions of every place he passed through, not because he had any immediate use for this knowledge, but because learning was the most reliably human thing he could do with the time his immortal existence provided, and he was committed, in every way available to him, to remaining as human as possible in the ways that mattered. In Italy, he found the Volturi and lived among them for a period of several decades, grateful genuinely for the company of others who understood what he was, interested in the depth of knowledge that centuries of existence had accumulated in Aro and his companions, studying the history of immortal civilization with the same focused attention he gave to everything. Aro was fascinated by him, a vampire who did not feed on humans, who had somehow built a life around that refusal, who carried a moral framework into immortality and kept it functional for decades. This was genuinely unusual, genuinely interesting to someone whose gift gave him access to the interior lives of everyone he met, and who had therefore developed an acute sense of what was and was not rare. He tried, in the way that Aro always tried with things he found valuable, to understand Carlisle well enough to keep him. But the Volturi fed on humans as a matter of course, with no more moral friction than one might feel choosing what to have for dinner. And Carlisle found that no accumulation of intellectual companionship or ancient knowledge or the genuine pleasure of not being alone for the first time in decades made that acceptable to him. He left, politely, without creating conflict, and with the genuine gratitude of a guest who had valued his host's company but could not remain on his host's terms. This departure, this choosing of isolation over compromise, was itself a demonstration of the gift in one of its quietest and most significant expressions. The ability to hold a moral position in the face of every practical argument against it, including the argument of loneliness, which for someone who had already spent decades entirely alone was not a trivial consideration. He came eventually to America, to the vast distances and the smaller communities and the practical possibility of practicing medicine without the accumulated suspicion that came from remaining in one European city long enough for someone to notice that the doctor who had been there 20 years ago looked exactly like the doctor who was there now. And it was here, in the sustained daily practice of medicine, that his gift revealed itself in its fullest and most extraordinary dimension. To work as a physician is to spend one's professional existence in intimate proximity to human blood, not occasionally and not in controlled circumstances where the exposure can be carefully managed, constantly, reliably, in conditions that escalate the difficulty rather than contain it. emergency rooms where blood is present in the immediate atmosphere before anyone has time to prepare for it. Surgical theatres where open wounds are a procedural requirement. Untrauma cases where the gap between what the patient needs and what the doctor's body is being commanded to do by every instinct it possesses creates a pressure that would be unbearable to describe adequately to anyone who had not experienced it. For any vampire, even one with decades of practice restraint, this would represent a daily test of almost incomprehensible difficulty. The thirst does not diminish the way a human appetite might dull through routine familiarity with a thing that satisfies it. It remains constant, always present, always making its claim on attention with the same urgency it had on the first day, always requiring active resistance rather than passive endurance. There is no version of this that becomes easy. There is only the version that becomes, through sustained and deliberate practice, survivable. And Carlisle walked into those rooms every single day for centuries. Not because he was indifferent to the difficulty, he was never indifferent to it. And the idea that his composure reflected some diminished experience of the thirst misunderstands him completely. He felt it every time. He felt it with a full intensity that any vampire feels the presence of fresh human blood in an enclosed space. He walked into the difficulty with complete awareness of what it was and what it cost him and what it would continue to cost him every time. And he made the same choice every time because the alternative was not neutral. The alternative was not simply to abstain from the practice of medicine and live quietly somewhere else. The alternative was to be something other than who he had decided to be in a Scottish field in the 1640s, and that was not an alternative he was willing to accept. This is the nature of his gift in its most honest formulation. It is not the absence of temptation. It is the presence, sustained across more than 3 centuries, of a commitment that temptation cannot reach. The compassion that was his most essential human quality. The genuine care for suffering. The real and active concern for the well-being of others that had made him his father's son in the best sense, even when it made him his father's opposite in every other, had been amplified by transformation into something that functioned as an almost structural feature of his existence. It was not something he felt more strongly on some days than others. It was not something that required renewal or recommitment. It was simply what he was, as fundamental and as constant as the thirst itself. And it met the thirst every day with the same answer it had always given. When he chose, eventually, to transform others, to offer the life and the framework he had built to people whose human lives were ending in circumstances that seemed to him too unjust and too premature to simply observe without response. He did so with the full weight of everything those solitary centuries had taught him. Each transformation was considered. Each one was a moral decision revisited from the beginning, with all the arguments laid out again and examined again, because Carlisle was not someone who allowed precedent to substitute for judgment. He had transformed himself, in the long sense of the word, from a terrified young man in a London cellar into something he could respect, and he understood that the work of becoming who one chooses to be is never finished simply because it has been done before. The family he built around him reflected this understanding. He did not choose companions who would be easy to live with or easy to manage. He chose people who were suffering, people whose transformations had come at great cost and in terrible circumstances. People who needed what he had spent 3 centuries learning how to offer. And he gave it without reservation, without condition, without any requirement that they immediately become what he had taken decades to become himself. He gave them time, he gave them the framework, and then he gave them the choice, because choice was the thing his entire existence had been built on. And he knew better than anyone what it meant, and what it cost, and what it made possible. And the hidden cost of his gift is quiet in the way that most things about Carlisle are quiet, and it is easy to miss if one is looking for something more dramatic. He carries within him, beneath the composure and the patience and the genuine warmth that makes him the center of gravity for everyone around him, the accumulated weight of 3 centuries of choosing correctly, not the satisfaction of it, the weight, because every correct choice was made in the presence of the wrong choice, and knowing what the wrong choice would have felt like, knowing it with the specific and intimate knowledge of someone who has felt its pull every single day, does not diminish over time. It is simply part of what it means to be him. And the question his faith asked him in the darkness of that London cellar, whether something that had become what he had become could still lay claim to a soul, whether the divine he had been raised to serve could still recognize him as something worth recognizing, is a question that has not closed in 3 centuries and more of living. He has found, over the long years, that he no longer requires it to close. The question itself has become a kind of companion, a thing he carries not with anguish, but with the particular peace of someone who has learned to walk forward without needing every uncertainty resolved. He chose, in the beginning, to be good despite not knowing whether goodness was still available to him. And he has been choosing it every day since, with the same quiet, unglamorous, and extraordinary commitment that has always been, and will always be, the most remarkable thing about him. There are people who love the way most people breathe, not as a choice made freshly each morning, not as a response to being loved in return, not as something that requires the right conditions or the right person or the right moment to activate. They simply love as a default state, as the orientation from which all other responses to the world are measured. It is their first language and their most fluent one, the register in which they are most completely themselves, the mode through which they process joy and loss and everything that falls between those 2 extremes. And when that quality is the most essential thing about a person, when it sits at the very center of who they are in a way that everything else arranges itself around, when it is not a capacity they have developed through effort, but a fundamental feature of how they are built, it does not disappear when the person is transformed. It becomes permanent. It becomes structural. It becomes something that holds others together not through any dramatic supernatural mechanism, but through a force as quiet and as total and as undeniable as gravity. This is Esme Cullen's gift, and like all the most significant thing about her, it is easy to underestimate if you are looking for something that announces itself loudly. Esme Ann Platt was born in 1895 in Columbus, Ohio, into the particular kind of respectable middle-class American life that offered women of that era a narrow but carefully defined path forward. Childhood, followed by education sufficient to make a person pleasant company without making them inconveniently ambitious, followed by marriage to someone appropriate, followed by the management of a household, followed by children of her own to love and raise and eventually release into lives that would replicate the pattern. The path was not presented as a choice because it was not generally understood as one. It was simply what a life looked like if you were a woman in that time and that place and that particular stratum of society. And the question of whether it was what you personally wanted was not one that the culture around you had much infrastructure for helping you ask, let alone answer. What Esme wanted, insofar as she was permitted the space to understand her own desires, was at once simpler and more total than what the path offered her. She wanted to love something, not in the abstract, not as a philosophical position or a spiritual aspiration, but in the immediate and practical and daily sense of the word. She wanted to pour herself into the care of others with the whole of her considerable capacity for it. Wanted the particular and specific satisfaction of a life organized around tending and nurturing and holding the people within her reach. She wanted to make things beautiful, to create spaces where other people felt safe and known. She wanted the kind of deep, rooted, and unglamorous love that does not make for interesting stories because it never wavers and never performs and never requires an audience to sustain itself. These were not, on the surface, unusual desires for a woman of her time and place, but the depth of them in Esme was unusual. The intensity with which she felt the pull toward connection, toward the making of home and the sustaining of those within it, was something that went beyond cultural expectation and into something more essentially and irreducibly her own. Other girls of her era wanted homes and families because that was what they had been taught to want. Esme wanted those things because the wanting came from somewhere inside her that existed prior to any teaching. Some foundational orientation toward love and care that was simply part of how she was assembled. She met Carlisle Cullen when she was 16 years old and had broken her leg climbing a tree. A detail worth pausing on because it contains within it a small but telling portrait of who she already was at that age. She was climbing in an era when girls of her social position were expected to remain firmly on the ground in every sense. She had found a tree worth climbing and had climbed it, and when the branch gave way and she fell, she did not seem, by any account, to have felt that the climbing had been a mistake, only the landing. Carlisle treated her injury at the local hospital with the gentleness that was already, even then, his most visible quality, and Esme went home with a healed leg and something else she had not arrived with. A memory and the specific and lasting impression of having been in the presence of someone who was kind in a way that did not require anything from her in return, who treated her comfort as something that mattered for its own sake, rather than for what it reflected about himself. It was a brief encounter by any objective measure, unremarkable in its external details, easily forgettable. She never forgot it. The years between that encounter and the next time she saw Carlisle were not kind to Esme in the way that the years of a young life ought to be. The path that had been laid out for her delivered her, as paths chosen by external pressure rather than internal truth tend to do, to a destination that bore very little resemblance to what she had actually wanted. She married because the path required it, a man named Charles Evenson, height whose suitability on paper, his income, his family, his social position, masked with reasonable effectiveness the reality of who he was in private. He was abusive in the sustained and everyday way that leaves no single dramatic incident to point to as the moment everything went wrong, but that accumulates instead into a life made progressively smaller and more frightened and more exhausted, a life in which the person who was there before the marriage gradually becomes harder to locate. Esme endured it in the way that women of that era were given almost no alternative to enduring such things. There was no language available to her that would have described what was being done to her in terms that the world around her would have recognized as a wrong requiring remedy. There was only the daily experience of it, and the slow and quiet erosion of the self that such experiences produce over time, and the particular grief of watching the person you know yourself to be become increasingly inaccessible under the accumulated weight of someone else's cruelty. When she became pregnant, something in her reorganized itself around the possibility of the child, with a completeness that can only be understood in the context of how little else there was in her life at that point to organize around. Here was someone to love without the complications and the pain of the relationship that had trapped her. Here was the outlet that her most essential quality had been straining toward through the long, difficult years of the marriage, pressing against the constraints of her circumstances with the persistent force of something that cannot be contained indefinitely, as she allowed herself to feel, for the first time in longer than she could clearly remember, something that resembled hope. Not for herself, not exactly, because hope for herself had become too complicated and too dangerous to hold directly. For the child, for the love she was already completely certain she would feel and completely certain would be returned in the uncomplicated and unconditional way that a child returns a mother's love before the world has had time to teach it. The conditions under which love should be withheld. The baby lived for 3 days. The particular cruelty of this loss, its timing, its brevity, the way it arrived at precisely the moment when Esme had rebuilt around its possibility every reason she had for continuing, is not something that resolves into clean summary, but it was the kind of loss that does not remain in the past where it happened, but moves forward with the person who survived it, changing shape across the years, but never fully releasing its hold, becoming part of the architecture through which everything that comes afterward is experienced. Esme, already depleted by years of a marriage that had taken far more from her than it had ever offered, found in the loss of her child something that exceeded her remaining capacity to absorb. The person who had been holding herself together through sheer force of the love she was trying to protect found, in the aftermath of the loss of the thing she had been protecting, that there was no longer a clear reason to keep holding. She left her husband. In 1921, this was not a simple thing. It was an act of considerable courage, made in circumstances that left very little room for courage of any kind. She went briefly to her parents, found that the comfort available there was limited by their anxiety about what her departure would look like to the people around them, and eventually made her way to a cliff in Ashland, Oregon, where she stood at the edge and allowed herself to make the only decision she felt she had any remaining capacity to make. She was found at the base of the cliff, not dead, her body broken in ways that the attending physicians at the nearest hospital considered almost certainly unsurvivable. She was brought in anyway because the alternative was to simply leave her. And there was a doctor on call that night who did not leave people if there was any other option available. Carlisle recognized her. After more than a decade, across all the distance between that afternoon in Columbus and this night in Oregon, he recognized the girl who had broken her leg climbing a tree, and looked at him with eyes that held, even at 16, a quality of feeling that had stayed with him in the particular way that genuinely unusual things tend to stay with people who are paying careful attention. He recognized too what had brought her to this place. Reading the evidence of her injuries and her history with the combined perception of a physician's trained eye and an immortal's long experience of human suffering in its many forms, he saw her clearly. He saw what she had been and what had been done to her, and what it had cost her to arrive at this particular moment in this particular condition. And he made a choice. It was not a straightforward choice, and nothing about Carlisle suggests he experienced it as one. He had transformed one other person before this, a dying boy in a Chicago hospital, at his mother's desperate request, with a particular urgency of a situation in which the alternative was simply and immediately death. This was different in almost every respect. Esme had not asked. She had not sent someone to ask on her behalf. She had, by the evidence available, made a decision that pointed in the opposite direction from the one Carlisle was now contemplating making for her. He could not know with certainty that she would have wanted what he was offering. He could only know what he saw in her, what that brief encounter more than a decade ago had left him with, and what his own nature made it impossible for him to simply observe without response. He transformed her, and then, as was his way, he spent considerable time in the aftermath examining whether he had made the right choice, which is itself a portrait of him. This quality of refusing to allow even a decision already made and irreversible to escape the scrutiny of his ongoing moral attention. Esme woke as a vampire with the sensory clarity that the transformation imposes on everything without exception. The world arrived all at once, loud and bright and extraordinarily detailed, requiring the kind of adjustment that has no human equivalent, because nothing in human experience prepares a person for the specific quality of immortal perception. She woke in the middle of all of this, the overwhelming newness of every sense operating beyond any previously known parameter. And she saw Carlisle, and she remembered him, the gentleness that had stayed with her through all the years between their first meeting and this moment was present in him still, unmistakable and unchanged. And something in Esme, rather than contracting away from what she had become and what had been done to her without her knowledge or consent, simply turned toward it, toward him, with a wholeness that was her most essential quality, and that the transformation had just made permanent. This response, this immediate and uncalculated turning toward connection in the first moments of an existence that she had not chosen and could not have been prepared for, is perhaps the clearest single demonstration of what her gift actually is. It is not a decision. It is not the product of reasoning through available options and arriving at the most strategically sound emotional position. It is her nature, operating exactly as it has always operated, now freed from every mortal constraint that had previously limited its expression. The grief was still there. The loss of her child was preserved by the transformation with the same perfect and permanent clarity that the transformation preserves everything it finds, and it would remain with her in exactly that form for as long as she existed. But alongside it, given equal presence and equal permanence by the same process, was the capacity that the grief had not managed to destroy in her, even at the absolute worst of everything she had endured. The ability to love, the orientation toward connection, the quality that was most fundamentally hers, now amplified past every boundary that human biology had placed around it. She loved Carlisle with the completeness that had always been her natural mode of loving, and he, who had spent more than 2 centuries in a solitude so total that it had become simply the texture of his existence, received it with a reciprocation that had been waiting, without his having been fully aware that it was waiting, for exactly this. They built something together from the earliest days of Esme's new existence, not merely a relationship between 2 people, but a framework, a way of being in the world that was organized around Carlisle's values and Esme's warmth and the specific quality of home that Esme generated wherever she directed her attention. She took to creating homes with an investment that went far beyond practical necessity. The Cullens moved often, as their nature required, relocating every several years before the unchanging faces of the family members could generate questions that had no safe answers. For most people, this frequency of movement would preclude any deep attachment to place. For Esme, each new house became a project of genuine love. She learned architecture, studied construction, developed the ability to look at a structure and understand both what it was and what it could become with the right attention. The houses she designed and renovated across the decades became something more than dwellings. They became expressions of her gift, physical manifestations of the care she brought to everything, spaces that communicated to everyone who lived within them that they were known and valued and held. When others joined the family, Edward first, rescued from the Spanish influenza by Carlisle's now practiced compassion, and then Rosalie, and then Emmett, and then Alice and Jasper arriving together with their own complicated histories and their own specific wounds. Esme received each of them in the same way, not as additions to an existing structure that would need to find a way to make room, not as complications to be managed or personalities to be navigated carefully, as her children, fully without reservation, from the earliest possible moment, in the specific and total way that was the only way she knew how to love anyone. This was not generosity that required overcoming a more natural response of caution or self-preservation. It was not something she had to work to produce, and it was her most essential quality expressing itself in the direction of each new person who entered the family's life. The same capacity operating the same way regardless of how many times it had already been extended, without any apparent diminishment of its intensity or its completeness. Love, for Esme, was not a finite resource that depleted with expenditure. It was a renewable and indeed self-generating one, producing more of itself the more it was given, filling the space of the family with something that each member felt and relied upon and, in most cases, could not have clearly articulated the source of, but would have noticed immediately and devastatingly in its absence. This is what makes her gift different in kind from every other ability in the family. It does not operate through a mechanism that can be observed and described in the way that telepathy or precognition can be described. It does not produce an effect that can be pointed to and traced back to its source with any precision. It operates through presence, through what she simply is, rather than through anything she deliberately does, and its effects accumulate gradually in the way that all the most important things accumulate, not in any single dramatic moment, but across the long ordinary fabric of daily existence, in 10,000 small acts of attentiveness and care that together constitute something that functions in the life of the family as structurally essential. The cohesion of the Cullen family, the specific and somewhat remarkable quality of loyalty and mutual commitment that allows 8 individuals with very different natures, very different histories, very different gifts, and their accompanying burdens, to function as a genuinely unified group across the decades, is not accidental. It is not the natural product of shared circumstances or aligned strategic interests. It is Esme. It is what she generates simply by being what she is, amplified by transformation to a degree that operates less like a personal quality and more like an environmental condition, something the entire family exists within, rather than something any of them could clearly locate in a single person. The vulnerability that is inseparable from this gift is not difficult to identify once you understand what the gift actually is. Her love is not calibrated. It does not protect itself through strategic withholding or the measured release of attachment that more self-protective people use to manage the risk of loss. It is simply present, fully and without reservation. And this means that every threat to the people she loves registers in her as a threat to the thing she most essentially is. She is capable of a ferocity in defense of her family that surprises those who have only ever seen the gentleness, because they have made the mistake of reading the gentleness as the whole of her. It is not. The gentleness and the ferocity share the same root. They are the same love operating in different directions depending on what the moment requires. And she has never fully resolved the grief for her child. The 3 days of that small life, lived in 1921 before the world was ready to offer it more time, are preserved within her with the same perfect and unchanging clarity that the transformation preserves everything it finds. She has built around that grief a life of extraordinary fullness, a family she loves completely, a role within that family that allows her most essential quality, its fullest possible expression, a series of homes made beautiful by her particular gift for understanding what beauty in a lived space actually requires. She is not built over the grief. She is built alongside it, carrying it with her through every decade as something that is simply part of the architecture of who she is, neither hidden nor displayed. It's simply present in the way that the most formative experiences of a life are always present in the person they help to form. This is perhaps what makes her the most quietly human member of a family that has to work to varying degrees to maintain its connection to what it once was. Her love was formed in human life, tested and refined and ultimately preserved through everything that human life subjected it to. And it survived into immortality, not as a simplified or idealized version of itself, but in its full complexity. Not just the warmth and the generosity and the capacity for joy that make her presence a gift to everyone around her. Also, the grief and the fear and the knowledge of what love costs when the thing you love can be lost. Esme loves the way she does not, in spite of having experienced that cost, but because of it. How she knows, at the most essential and irreducible level, exactly what it means to lose what you love. And she has chosen, with a wholeness that is both her gift and her most fundamental nature, to love anyway, every day, without reservation, without any guarantee of a different outcome than the one she has already survived once before. That choice, made again and again across the long decades of her immortal existence, is not a small thing. It is, in its quiet way, as extraordinary as anything else this family contains. There is a particular kind of loneliness that has nothing to do with being alone. It is the loneliness of knowing too much, of sitting in a crowded room and hearing not the conversation on the surface, but the one beneath it, the real one, the one that no one is saying aloud, because people do not say aloud what they actually think, what they actually want, what they actually feel about the person sitting across from them. Most people move through their lives protected by this gap, the space between what is thought and what is spoken, the merciful distance between the interior life and the presented one. It is in that gap that privacy lives, that dignity lives, that the possibility of genuine surprise and genuine connection lives. Take it away entirely, and what remains is not intimacy. What remains is exposure. Permanent, involuntary, comprehensive exposure to the unfiltered interior of every mind within range, whether you want it or not, whether they would consent to it or not, whether what you find inside them is something you can bear knowing, or something you would give almost anything to unhear. This is Edward Cullen's existence. This has been his existence for over a century, and understanding it fully, understanding not just what his gift can do, but what it costs, not just the extraordinary utility of it, but the specific and unrelenting way it has shaped every year of his immortal life, is essential to understanding him. Edward Anthony Mason was born in 1891 in Chicago, Illinois, the only child of Edward Mason Sr. and Elizabeth Mason, into a household that was comfortable without being wealthy, educated without being intellectual, and organized around the particular aspirations of the American middle class at the turn of the century. His father was a lawyer, precise and professionally successful, a man whose emotional life was managed with the same careful efficiency he brought to his practice. His mother was warm and capable and deeply invested in her son in the way that women of her era channeled their considerable intelligence and energy into the one domain that the era made most fully available to them. Edward was, by any account, an unusual child, not in ways that announced themselves dramatically. He was not a prodigy in the performing sense, did not demonstrate abilities so far outside the normal range that they generated alarm or spectacle. But he was perceptive in a way that exceeded what his age and experience should have allowed. He read people with an accuracy that adults around him found alternately charming and unsettling, depending on how comfortable they were with being read. He understood the subtext of conversations before he had language for the concept of subtext. He knew when the adults around him were saying one thing and meaning another, could feel the gap between the presented version and the real one with a sensitivity that had no clear explanation in a child who had not lived long enough to develop that kind of social sophistication through experience alone. He was also deeply musical. This is not incidental to his story. because the relationship between his musicality and his particular form of perception is worth considering carefully. Music is the art form most concerned with what cannot be said directly, most devoted to the expression of interior states that resist ordinary language. A person drawn to music with the depth and seriousness that Edward was drawn to it is often a person whose interior life is rich enough, complex enough, and sufficiently in excess of what ordinary expression can contain, that they require a form specifically designed to carry what words cannot. Edward played piano with a facility that went beyond technical proficiency into something more essentially expressive, as though the instrument were a direct extension of his capacity to communicate what he could not otherwise say. He was 17 years old in the autumn of 1918, when the Spanish influenza arrived in Chicago with the democratic indifference to human plans that only genuine catastrophe achieves. He knew his city was dying before the official accounts caught up with the reality of it. He could feel the fear in the people around him in a way that was more immediate and more specific than anything he could have attributed simply to observation or inference. He felt his father's illness before his father mentioned it, recognized something shifting in the household in a way that his conscious mind had no clear basis for recognizing. He was, in those final weeks of his human life, already operating at the edges of what ordinary human perception could account for. The transformation found him in the hallway of an overcrowded hospital, dying alongside a city that was dying around him. His mother's voice, the last human sound he processed clearly before the burning began. And when it ended, and when the 3 days of fire released him into a new existence, and he opened his eyes to a world rendered in extraordinary and overwhelming detail, the first thing he became aware of, before the hunger, before the strangeness of his own body, before anything else, was the noise. Voices, not the voices of people speaking in the room, though those were present too, arriving with the crystalline clarity of his newly transformed hearing. These were different voices, interior ones, simultaneous and unfiltered and insistent, pressing into his consciousness from every direction with a force that had no equivalent in any human experience. The thoughts of the people in the building around him, the thoughts of people on the street outside. A chorus of interior monologues, each distinct, each carrying its own texture and urgency and emotional color, none of them directed at him, none of them aware that he could hear them, all of them arriving with equal and indiscriminate force, regardless of whether their content was something he had any desire to receive. Carlisle explained it to him with the careful gentleness that characterized everything Carlisle did in those early weeks. Some vampires, he said, develop additional abilities, extensions of traits that were already present in their human lives, amplified by the transformation into something that exceeded what human biology could contain. Edward's unusual perceptiveness, his acute sensitivity to the interior lives of those around him, his ability to read the gap between what people presented and what they actually were. These had existed in him before the transformation. The transformation had simply removed every constraint that had previously limited their expression. What had been, in human life, an unusually acute intuitive sense had become, in vampire life, the direct and unavoidable reception of other people's thoughts. He could not turn it off. This was the first and most important thing to understand about it. And it is the thing that most dramatically distinguishes Edward's gift from what people tend to imagine when they hear the word telepathy. It was not a tool he could pick up and set down. It was not an ability he could choose to activate when he needed information, and then quiet when he needed rest. Oh, it was a permanent and unceasing condition of his existence, as constant and as involuntary as the sound of his own voice or the sensation of his own body. The thoughts of every person within range were simply present in his consciousness at all times, whether he wanted them to be or not, whether their content was useful or disturbing or utterly banal, whether the moment was one that called for information or one that desperately called for silence. What he heard was not merely words. This is another distinction worth making carefully, because the word telepathy tends to suggest something cleaner and more language-based than what Edward actually experienced. He did not receive the edited, grammatically organized version of a person's thoughts. The inner monologue that a person might, if asked to describe their own thinking, produce for an external audience. He received the raw material of thought, images that accompanied words, associations triggered by sensation, emotional textures that colored and modified the surface content of what was technically being thought, impulses and desires and fears that existed in the space beneath the articulable, half-formed things that the person themselves might not have been able to describe accurately if asked. He received the complete and unedited interior of other people's minds, which bears very little resemblance to what those people would have said about themselves if given the opportunity. The gap between what people actually thought and what they believed themselves to think, between what they truly felt and what they presented to themselves as their feeling, was one of the more consistently disorienting features of his ability. People are not, in general, honest with themselves. They maintain interior narratives about who they are and what they want and why they do what they do that are often in significant tension with the actual content of their moment-to-moment experience. Edward had access to both simultaneously, the official version and the real one, and learning to hold that double vision without being perpetually destabilized by it required an adjustment that took years and was never fully complete. He learned to manage it through the same mechanism anyone uses to manage constant sensory input, not by eliminating the input, but by developing the capacity to let most of it pass through without active processing, at the way a person who lives near a busy road eventually stops consciously registering the sound of traffic. Familiarity helped. The thoughts of his family members, once he had lived alongside them long enough, receded into a kind of background awareness that required less active attention than the thoughts of strangers. He could tune them out in the way that one can tune out a familiar sound, allowing them to exist at the periphery of his attention without demanding its full engagement. It was never complete silence, but it was something more survivable than the initial onslaught of his early transformed years. With strangers, this management was harder. Every new person represented a new signal, a new voice, a new unfiltered interior arriving in his consciousness without the buffer of familiarity. Public spaces, schools, towns, and any context that required sustained proximity to large numbers of people were exercises in ongoing management, in maintaining the surface performance of a normal person, while beneath that surface, The constant work of processing and filtering and enduring the thoughts of everyone nearby continued without pause. He heard things he did not want to hear. This seems obvious, but its reality deserves more than acknowledgement in passing. The unfiltered interior lives of other people are not, in general, pleasant places to spend a great deal of time. People think cruel things about people they appear to like. They harbor fantasies that bear no relationship to the selves they present to the world. They carry fears and shames and desires that they have never spoken aloud and would be horrified to discover were accessible to anyone else. And Edward heard all of it, from everyone, continuously. The casual cruelties that people direct at themselves and others in the privacy of their own minds. The gap between the face someone shows to the person they are talking to and the assessment of that person running simultaneously in the background. The dark and involuntary impulses that arrive in any human mind and are usually dismissed before they can be acted upon, but which exist nonetheless and are visible to him in their full form before the dismissal occurs. This knowledge, comprehensive, involuntary, unasked for, had a specific effect on his capacity for connection. To connect with another person in the genuine sense requires a certain degree of mystery. It requires the experience of encountering someone whose inner life is not fully visible to you, of being surprised by them, and of discovering through shared experience and time who they actually are, rather than simply knowing it from the beginning. Edward could not have this experience with anyone whose thoughts were accessible to him. He knew too much, too immediately, too completely. Every social interaction was navigated from a position of total information, which sounds like an advantage, and in many practical senses was one, but which made the experience of genuine human connection, the specific pleasure of being genuinely surprised by someone, of learning who they are through the accumulation of shared time, effectively unavailable to him. He became isolated not through any external circumstance, but through the nature of his own perception. The more he knew of what was actually inside other people, and the harder it became to sustain the interest and warmth toward them that normal social connection required, not because the people around him were uniquely bad or uniquely disappointing, but because unfiltered access to any interior life reveals the gap between the ideal and the reality with a consistency that is difficult to maintain enthusiasm through. He knew what his classmates actually thought of him and of each other and of their teachers and parents, and the small concerns that constituted the daily texture of their interior lives. He knew it all without any of them having chosen to tell him, without any of the trust and reciprocity that ordinarily governs the sharing of interior experience. And knowing it left him more alone than he would have been knowing nothing. There was a period, a dark one, and arriving roughly a decade after his transformation, when the weight of what he heard in other people's minds began to move him in a direction that Carlisle had feared, and that Edward himself had, in his more honest moments, recognized as a risk. He had left Carlisle's household, telling himself it was the natural independence of a young immortal finding his own way. But the truth was more specific and more uncomfortable than that. He had been listening for nearly a decade to the thoughts of the people around him, and he had heard, within those thoughts, things that his particular combination of moral conviction and accumulated anger could not simply file away without response. He heard murderers planning their next act. He heard predators identifying their next victims. Why, he heard the specific and detailed intentions of people whose thoughts revealed them, beyond any possible ambiguity, as genuine threats to people who were entirely unaware of the danger they were in. And Edward, who had grown up with his father's moral seriousness and his mother's passionate investment in the well-being of others, and who had been carrying the unfiltered evidence of human cruelty in his consciousness for years, began to make decisions about what to do with that evidence. He became a vigilante. He hunted the people whose thoughts had convicted them, tracked them through the cities he moved through, and killed them. He told himself a careful story about this, that he was enacting justice, that he was protecting the innocent, and that the particular clarity of his knowledge of their guilt made him uniquely positioned to act in ways that the ordinary systems of human law, with their requirements of evidence and procedure, could not. He told himself that his gift made this not merely permissible, but almost obligatory, that knowing what he knew and doing nothing with it was its own form of moral failure. What he did not fully account for in the early months of this was what the human blood would do to him. He had spent years building and maintaining his resistance, developing the careful management of the thirst that Carlisle's philosophy required, and in choosing to feed on humans, even humans whose thoughts had revealed them as guilty of the worst things. He reintroduced into his system a satisfaction so complete and so different in kind from animal blood that it altered the calculation in ways his reasoning had not anticipated. The blood was not incidental to what he was doing. It became, over time, the central feature of it, the thing that the justifications were increasingly in service of, rather than the thing the justifications were genuinely about. He recognized this. This is perhaps the most important thing about that period of his existence, that his gift, the very thing that had led him into this pattern, also made it impossible for him to fully deceive himself about what the pattern actually was. He could hear it in the thoughts of the people around him who witnessed his actions or their aftermath. What those actions looked like from outside the narrative he had constructed to justify them. He could feel, in his own unguarded moments, the places where his reasoning developed the specific texture of rationalization, rather than the cleaner texture of genuine moral thought. He could not, in the end, maintain the story he was telling himself, because the story required a kind of self-deception that his particular quality of mind could not quite sustain. He returned to Carlisle in 1932. He returned with the full weight of what he had done and what he had become during those years, and he presented it honestly, without the mitigating framing that might have made the confession easier to deliver or easier to receive. Carlisle listened to all of it, and when it was finished, Carlisle did not offer him judgment or absolution or the specific comfort of being told that the circumstances had justified the choices. He offered him something more useful than any of those things. He offered him return. The possibility of coming back to a different way of existing, not because the past could be resolved into something acceptable through the right philosophical treatment, but because the direction of travel from this point forward was still something that Edward got to decide. He came back, and he has been carrying the weight of that departure and return ever since, in the specific way that people who understand themselves clearly carry the evidence of their own worst choices, not as something that can be set down, but as something that informs every subsequent decision, with a gravity that shallower self-knowledge would not produce. The decades that followed were the long work of rebuilding what he had damaged, not externally, but internally. The resumed practice of Carlisle's philosophy, the daily management of the thirst without the relief valve that human blood had provided, the ongoing navigation of the voices that never stopped arriving in his consciousness, regardless of how much or how little he wanted to hear them on any given day. And then came Bella Swan, and with her, for the first time in over a century of hearing every mind he encountered, came silence. The silence where her thought should have been was not simply an absence. It was a presence of its own, a distinct and immediately recognizable quality of stillness in the space where, with every other person, the ongoing reception of their interior life would have been. He noticed it in the same moment he was overwhelmed by the other thing she represented, the specific and devastating call of her blood, the thirst rising in him with an immediacy and a force that exceeded anything he had experienced in decades. Two things arrived simultaneously: the most extreme test of his physical control he had encountered since returning to Carlisle's way of living, and the most extraordinary experience his gift had ever produced. The silence, the single mind in over a century that gave him nothing. He stayed in Forks because of it. Not only because of it, not solely, but the silence was the thread that ran through everything else and held it in place. Because what the silence offered him, and in a life that had been nothing but noise for over 100 years, was something he had genuinely believed was no longer available to him. Peace, the experience of being near another person without the constant and involuntary reception of their interior life, the experience of not knowing everything, the experience of encountering someone who remained, regardless of how much time he spent in her presence, genuinely mysterious to him. He could not read her, and the not reading was its own extraordinary thing. He did not know what she thought of him, did not know whether she was curious or indifferent or frightened, whether the things he said to her landed the way he intended them or differently, and whether the careful performance of normalcy he maintained in her presence was working, or whether she was seeing through it with an accuracy he could not assess because the feedback he relied on from every other person was simply not there. He had to navigate his relationship with her the way a human being navigates all relationships, in the dark, with incomplete information, trusting the surface evidence and the slow accumulation of time and attention and conversation, without any access to the ground truth beneath. It was the most human experience he had had since 1918, and it was, in the specific way that things are beautiful when they are also the thing you most needed, without having known you needed it. One of the most significant gifts his long existence had produced. His telepathy remained everywhere else, in every other person who entered his range, in every classroom and crowded hallway and family dinner, in all the ongoing and unceasing noise of other people's interior lives that constituted the permanent background of his existence. But in the one relationship that mattered to him most, there was silence. And in that silence, for the first time in over a century, Edward Cullen had to learn what it meant to simply not know. There is a particular cruelty in being shown what is coming and having no one believe you, in seeing the shape of things before they arrive, clearly and specifically enough to describe them, and being met not with the practical response that such knowledge should logically produce, but with the particular combination of pity and dismissal that the era reserved for people whose minds appeared to be generating experiences that did not correspond to the shared reality around them. This was Alice's human life, or the portion of it that she could remember, which was not much. The visions came before she had language for them. The knowledge of things not yet happened arrived in her mind with the same sensory immediacy as things that were actually happening, and the world around her responded to this, not as the extraordinary gift it was, but as the symptom of something requiring correction, something that needed to be managed and suppressed and ultimately eliminated before it caused further disruption to the people around her. She did not know her real name for a very long time. She did not know it, in fact, until decades into her immortal existence, when she finally had both the tools and the freedom to search for what her human life had actually been. What she found, when she looked with the patience and the resources that her immortal existence eventually made available to her, was a girl named Mary Alice Brandon, born in 1901 in Biloxi, Mississippi, into a family that was respectable and conventional and utterly unprepared for what their daughter was. She had visions from childhood, genuine ones, specific ones, images and sequences of things that had not yet happened that arrived with the uninvited insistence of something that intended to be paid attention to, regardless of whether the recipient was ready or willing or equipped to receive them. Or she told people about them, as children do, without the social calculation that might have led an adult to keep such experiences carefully private. And the people she told responded with the particular discomfort of those who have been shown something they do not have a framework for accommodating. Her father had her committed. This fact sits at the center of her origin story with a weight that does not diminish in the telling and should not be allowed to. The institution in which she spent the years of what should have been her adolescence was not a place of healing, regardless of whatever clinical language was used to describe its function or its intentions. It was a place with the thing that was most essentially Alice, the visions, and the specific and genuine foreknowledge that was the dominant feature of her psychology and had been since before she could properly articulate it, was treated as the primary problem to be solved, the symptom to be eliminated, the evidence of a fundamental malfunction that required aggressive correction. The treatments administered during those years were not gentle. They were designed to suppress or destroy the very capacity that the transformation would eventually amplify into one of the most remarkable and strategically significant abilities in the entire immortal world. The institution tried to remove what made her extraordinary and succeeded only in making her suffer. There was one person in that institution who treated her with something that resembled genuine human recognition. A vampire, though she did not know this at the time and would not understand it until much later. A member of the facility's staff, who had recognized what she was in a way that the human staff entirely could not, who had understood that what the institution was attempting to eliminate was not a pathology requiring treatment, but a gift of extraordinary potential waiting for the conditions that would allow it to fully manifest. This vampire kept her location concealed from another who had been tracking her, a tracker operating with the specific and single-minded focus that trackers brought to whatever they had fixed upon as their quarry, and eventually arranged for her transformation in circumstances that remained genuinely unclear even to Alice herself, because the transformation, when it came, erase what little coherent memory of her human life she had managed to retain through everything the institution had subjected her to. She woke as a vampire alone. This is the detail that most fundamentally distinguishes Alice's entry into immortal existence from every other member of the Cullen family, and it deserves to be held with the full weight of what it meant rather than passed over in the interest of moving toward the more dramatic elements of her story. No Carlisle. No patient and gentle voice to explain what she was and what it meant and what the thirst was and how it could be managed and what choices existed for someone in her position and how others before her had found ways to navigate this existence with something resembling integrity. And no family to provide the context and the companionship that makes the first overwhelming weeks of immortal existence something other than simply terrifying. No one. She woke alone into the full intensity of newborn vampirism, the thirst burning at the particular ferocity that newly transformed vampires experience before any management or adaptation has had time to develop. The senses arriving at a complexity and volume that requires time and guidance and accumulated experience to calibrate. The complete unfamiliarity of a body that responded to her intentions with a speed and power that no human experience had prepared her for. And she had nothing to work with beyond what she herself could generate in that moment. What she had, in the complete absence of guidance or companionship or any external resource whatsoever, was her gift. And it was present from the very first moment of her new existence, fully formed and immediately operational in a way that suggested it had not been created by the transformation, but simply liberated by it, freed from the biological and neurological constraints that had previously limited its expression to the fragmented and uncontrolled visions of her human years. She could see forward, not with perfect clarity, not without the complications and limitations and conditional qualities that she would spend years learning to navigate and account for, but with sufficient precision and reliability that she could see what she needed to do before she understood why she needed to do it, could position herself ahead of circumstances rather than in reaction to them, and could survive the early period of her existence by following what her gift showed her, rather than what any guide or mentor or family member instructed her to do. She survived her newborn period through precognition alone. This is a remarkable fact that deserves a moment of genuine consideration. Every other member of the Cullen family had Carlisle, had the framework he had spent centuries developing, had the specific and carefully constructed philosophy of the ethical vampire life that he offered each of them as an alternative to the life their nature would otherwise have demanded. Alice had none of this. She had visions. She saw which humans to avoid, not because anyone had instructed her in the ethics of restraint or explained to her why causing harm was inconsistent with the kind of existence she might want to build, but because she saw the consequences of approaching those humans with a specificity that made avoidance simply the most logical available choice. She saw the practical requirements of her new existence, where shelter was, what circumstances were approaching that she needed to be positioned correctly for or away from, with enough advance notice that she could respond before the circumstances arrived. She was, in the most literal possible sense, raising herself, using her gift as both compass and teacher and companion, in the complete absence of anyone who could play any of those roles from outside. And she saw Jasper. This happened early in her immortal existence, and before she had been a vampire long enough to have developed any particularly sophisticated framework for understanding or categorizing her visions beyond their immediate practical utility. She saw him clearly. His face, the specific and particular quality of his presence, the exhaustion that lived in him alongside something that had not yet been allowed to resolve into peace, the certainty that attached itself to his image in a way that distinguished it unmistakably from the more contingent and conditional futures she observed in other visions. She saw that he was coming toward her in some sense, that he was necessary to what her existence was going to become, that whatever she was moving toward in her immortal life was organized in some fundamental way around his eventual presence in it. And she did not wait to feel her way toward this conclusion through the normal accumulation of experience and attraction that brings people together in the ordinary way. She began moving toward him, following a vision rather than an emotion, navigating toward a connection she had seen before she had experienced any version of it, trusting the foreknowledge that was the most reliable thing she possessed. She found him in 1948 in Philadelphia, in a small diner, in the precise moment and at the precise location her vision had shown her, which is itself a testament to the reliability of what she carried. He was sitting with a specific quality of exhaustion that does not come from physical depletion. Vampires do not tire in the physical sense, but from decades of moral weight accumulated without adequate means of setting any of it down. He had been carrying things that his particular gift made heavier than they would have been for anyone else, in circumstances that had provided no framework for setting them down. She sat down across from him and spoke to him with the easy familiarity of someone who already knew him well, because in the particular way her gift operated, she did. He looked at her with the careful wariness of someone whose experience had taught him that the world's apparent friendliness was frequently a prelude to something requiring defensive response, and she looked back at him with a complete and unperformed certainty of someone who had seen enough of what came next to know that the wariness, while entirely understandable, was not going to be necessary here. Together, following Alice's visions with the combination of trust and practical intelligence that characterized everything she did, they found their way to the Cullen family. Alice had seen this destination as well, had seen Carlisle and Esme and the others with enough clarity to understand the specific shape of the framework they had built and how precisely it fit what she and Jasper needed in ways she could not have derived from first principles, but could see clearly enough in the futures her gift mapped. She arrived at the Cullen household carrying the particular confidence of someone who knows they are in the right place, and the family received her and Jasper with the varying degrees of welcome that their different natures and histories produced, and Alice settled into the family with an ease that suggested she had, in some meaningful sense, already been there before she arrived. The mechanics of her gift are worth understanding in their genuine specificity because they are considerably more complicated and more interesting than the simple description of seeing the future tends to suggest. And the complications are as important as the abilities when it comes to understanding what her life actually feels like from the inside. Alice does not see a single fixed and inevitable future. She sees decisions. When a person makes a decision, commits to a course of action with sufficient clarity and internal commitment that it constitutes a genuine choice rather than a passing consideration or an idle thought. Alice's gift registers the future that decision is moving toward and renders it as a vision, with a clarity and a level of detail that is proportional to how firmly the decision has been made and how proximate in time the relevant events are. The future she sees is always the future that exists if the decision generating it remains in place. And decisions change constantly and unpredictably as people respond to new information and new circumstances and the ongoing flux of ordinary human and immortal life. This creates a relationship with the future that is less like watching something fixed and more like watching something that is being continuously revised in real time by the choices of the people within it. A vision can be extraordinarily clear and specific and entirely accurate at the moment she receives it, and then be rendered completely obsolete minutes later by a changed decision, replaced by a new vision reflecting the new trajectory, which may itself be replaced before the events it describes have had time to occur. She must hold her visions with a combination of genuine seriousness, because they are genuinely informative and reliably accurate within their conditions, and dismissing them would be to ignore the most valuable resource she possesses, and genuine flexibility. And because the conditions are always subject to revision by the ongoing choices of people who do not know she is watching and would not necessarily moderate their decision-making if they did. The strategic value of this within the family has been enormous and consistent across the decades. She sees threats before they have fully materialized, which allows the family to respond in advance rather than in reaction, to choose their positioning relative to approaching danger rather than simply absorbing it as it arrives. She sees the downstream consequences of possible choices before those choices are finalized, which means decisions that might otherwise require extensive discussion and uncertain outcome can be assessed against their actual probable futures rather than the projected ones that reasoning alone produces. And she anticipates needs and complications with an efficiency that comes from genuinely operating with advanced information. And the family's practical life, their logistics, their timing, the ongoing management of their existence within human society reflects the accumulated benefit of that advanced information in ways that are difficult to fully separate from what she provides. But the limitations of her gift are as structurally significant as its capabilities, and understanding them is essential to understanding her honestly and completely. She cannot see beings whose decision-making processes operate outside the framework her gift reads. The wolves represent the most significant and consequential example of this. Their presence creates a genuine and complete blind spot in her precognition, and an area of authentic uncertainty that her gift cannot penetrate, that functions not merely as reduced clarity, but as genuine absence of information. Around the wolves, Alice is operating the way everyone else operates all the time. Without advanced knowledge, without the ability to see consequences before choices are made, in the ordinary human condition of not knowing what is coming until it arrives. This blind spot is not a minor inconvenience. It is a real vulnerability, a specific and significant gap in the protective function her gift provides for the family. And navigating it requires a quality of epistemic humility that her gift, left to operate without that check, might otherwise make genuinely difficult to maintain. She also cannot see the decisions of people who have not yet arrived at a decision point, or whose nature creates interference in how her gift reads them. Bella's initial opacity in Alice's visions was perhaps the clearest single example of this. Not a failure of Alice's ability in any absolute sense, but a consequence of Bella's particular psychological architecture. The same quality that blocked Edward's telepathy, producing a version of interference in Alice's precognition that rendered futures involving Bella consistently unclear, present enough in Alice's sight to indicate that something significant was approaching, but insufficiently resolved to provide the specific and actionable detail that her gift normally generated. This was uncomfortable in direct proportion to how central Bella was becoming to the family's future, and because the area of greatest uncertainty in Alice's sight was precisely the area of greatest consequence, which is the specific form of partial knowledge that is most difficult to sit with. The personal dimension of what it means to live inside this gift, what it is like to be Alice rather than simply to observe what Alice can do, is something that tends to be obscured by the practical significance of her abilities' applications. Consider what it actually means to consistently see things before they happen. In many cases, Alice has already experienced a version of events before arriving at them in reality. She's been present at conversations in vision before participating in them in the present moment. She has known outcomes before the processes that produce those outcomes have played out. The present, for her, carries a quality of repetition that has no equivalent in the experience of anyone who does not share her gift. The reality of each moment is always, to some degree, a version of something she has already seen, arriving after, rather than before, her awareness of it. This creates a particular and philosophically interesting relationship with the concept of surprise. For most people, the present is the only thing that is genuinely immediate, genuinely new, genuinely arriving from outside the range of what was previously known. For Alice, the present has been preceded, in most cases, by vision, by the advanced rendering of what was coming. The gap between what she sees and what arrives is not always large, and the vision is not always perfectly detailed, and she has learned to account for the conditional quality of everything her gift shows her. But the general experience of moving through time as a being for whom the future is frequently already present in some form is genuinely unlike anything that the people around her experience, and it produces a relationship with the present moment that she has had to consciously cultivate rather than simply inhabit. The question her gift raises about her own choices is one that she does not address directly or often, but which sits at the foundation of her experience in ways that the people who know her well are sometimes aware of without quite articulating. She did not find Jasper through feeling and then pursue him. She saw him and then sought him out, following the vision to its source, then arriving at the relationship from the knowing end, rather than from the not yet knowing end, where ordinary relationships begin. She found the Cullen family because she had seen them, rather than because she had worked through the available options and chosen them through a reasoning process that operated independently of her gift. She has built the life she has by following what her gift showed her was there to be built, which raises the question of how much of that life was chosen in the full and autonomous sense versus seen and then inhabited. She appears unbothered by this question, which is itself a meaningful data point. she moves through her existence with a quality of genuine pleasure and engagement that does not resemble the performance of contentment. The overlap between what she sees coming and what she finds herself wanting seems close enough, consistently enough, that the distinction between foreknowledge and desire has become something she does not need to resolve in order to live well. But the question is present nonetheless. In the background of her experience, one of the more genuinely interesting philosophical features of what it means to be a person whose relationship with time runs in a different direction from everyone else's. The loss of her human past is its own entirely separate dimension of what her gift and its history have cost her. She has no memory of being Mary Alice Brandon. She has recovered the facts, the name, the town, the family, the institution, and the years she spent there. Through decades of patient searching, once she had the resources and the freedom to look. But facts are not memory, and memory is not simply the possession of accurate information about what happened. The experiences that formed her, her childhood, the specific texture of her family's home and her family's response to what she was, the years in the institution and what those years felt like from the inside, the particular quality of being young and human and in possession of something that the world around her consistently treated as a problem. All of this is gone, not suppressed, not inaccessible in the way that traumatic memories sometimes become inaccessible, while remaining present in some form beneath the surface, simply absent. The transformation erased it as completely as the institution had attempted to erase the visions, and unlike the visions, the memories did not survive. Her gift looks forward. It has always looked forward, even in its human form, even in the years when the looking was involuntary, and the world's response to what she saw was to treat it as illness. It is constitutionally oriented toward what is coming, built to receive the future rather than to preserve the past. And perhaps this orientation is part of why the absence of her history, while real and acknowledged, does not anchor her in the kind of grief that such a loss might be expected to produce. She is not assembled for looking backward. She is assembled for looking forward, unforeseeing what is approaching with enough clarity and enough advance warning that the people she loves can meet it prepared rather than surprised. The girl in the institution in Biloxi, sitting with knowledge of things not yet happened in a place that treated that knowledge as its primary problem. And the woman who walked into a diner in Philadelphia decades later with the calm certainty of someone who already knew how the conversation was going to unfold. They are the same person, continuous through everything that happened between those two moments, defined from the first moment of awareness to the present by the same essential quality that neither the institution nor the transformation, nor the long decades of immortal existence have managed to alter in any fundamental way. The future keeps arriving, the visions keep coming, and Alice keeps watching it all with the specific quality of attention that belongs to someone who learned very early and in circumstances that did not invite gentleness, that what you see coming is real, even when the world around you has not yet caught up to believing it. There is a kind of awareness that does not arrive through thought or observation, or the careful accumulation of evidence about the people around you. It arrives before any of that, before the reasoning process has had time to engage, before the surface of an interaction has even fully presented itself for assessment. It is the awareness of what a room actually feels like beneath what it appears to be, of the emotional current running under the social surface, like of what the people near you are actually experiencing in the place where experience lives before it becomes language or behavior, or the presentable version of itself that human beings offer each other in ordinary interaction. Most people have some version of this. Most people can walk into a room and feel, in some imprecise and unreliable way, whether the atmosphere is tense or easy, whether the people within it are genuinely comfortable or performing comfort, whether something unspoken is present that has not yet found its way to the surface. Most people feel this occasionally, partially, with enough uncertainty that they might second-guess the impression before acting on it. Jasper Whitlock felt it the way other people feel the temperature of the air. Constant, immediate, requiring no effort, and admitting no doubt as to the emotional states of the people around him, arrived in his awareness with the same involuntary directness as physical sensation, as something happening in his own body, rather than something observed in the behavior of others. He was born with this. It was present in him before he had any framework for understanding it as anything other than simply how the world felt, before he had encountered enough people whose experience differed from his own to understand that what he was registering was not universally available information, but something specific to him. He grew up inside other people's feelings without knowing that was what he was doing, navigating the emotional landscape of every room he entered with a fluency that he had no particular reason to identify as unusual, because it had always been the only way he knew how to exist. Jasper Whitlock was born in 1844 in Texas, and the world into which he was born was one that valued, above almost everything else, in a young man, the particular combination of physical courage and social authority that produced effective leadership. He had both, and he had them early enough that they were noticed by the people around him long before he had any particular occasion to demonstrate them under serious pressure. He was tall and confident and possessed of that quality of presence that causes people to orient toward a person without being able to clearly explain why. That makes a room adjust itself slightly when someone enters it. He was also, beneath all of this, someone who felt everything. Not in the soft or sentimental sense that would have been poorly regarded in the culture he inhabited, but in the deep and structural sense of someone whose awareness of the emotional interior of the world around him was simply one of the primary ways he processed reality. When the Civil War arrived, Jasper enlisted at 17, lying about his age with the easy confidence of someone who had always been taken for older than he was and had never had much occasion to doubt his own readiness for whatever the situation required. He rose through the ranks with a speed that his superiors attributed to natural leadership ability, and that was at least partly something else. The advantage, in a military context, of someone who could read the morale of his men with perfect accuracy, who knew before the complaint surfaced that a unit was close to breaking, and who understood the emotional state of an engagement as clearly as its tactical dimensions and could adjust his approach accordingly. He made major at the age of 17, one of the youngest in the Confederate Army. He was good at war in the way that people are good at things that align precisely with their most essential capacities, and he had not yet lived long enough to understand what that cost. The night of his transformation arrived at the end of 1863 on a road outside Galveston, Texas, he encountered 3 women who were not what they appeared to be, whose beauty registered as unusual even by the standards of a young man who had met many people and developed reasonable judgment about them. Their leader's name was Maria, and she recognized in Jasper, with the predatory accuracy of someone who had been building armies for decades, exactly what she needed. She turned him not out of compassion or accident, but out of calculation, because she saw in him the qualities that would make him useful. He woke 3 days later as something entirely new, with a thirst burning in him at the ferocious intensity of the newborn period, and Maria was there to tell him what he was, and, more immediately, what she expected him to become. He spent the next several decades as Maria's second in command in the brutal territorial conflicts of the southern vampire world. This chapter of his existence requires honest engagement because it was not peripheral to who he became. It was formative in the most direct possible sense, the period during which his gift developed its full range, and he learned, at terrible cost, exactly what it meant to carry it. The Southern Vampire Wars were organized around the strategic use of newborn vampires, freshly transformed, burning with the amplified thirst and the disproportionate physical strength of the newly immortal, deployed in waves against the competing covens before the newborn period faded and they became liabilities requiring elimination. Jasper's role was to train them, manage them, and dispose of them when their utility had expired. He was extraordinarily effective at it, and his effectiveness rested entirely on his gift. He could feel their thirst. This is the first and most important thing to understand about what his empathic ability meant in the context of the newborn armies, and it deserves to be held without moving past it too quickly. And when Jasper was surrounded by newly transformed vampires whose thirst was burning at the maximum intensity that the newborn period produces, he felt that thirst as a physical sensation in his own body, not as an impression of their state, not as an informed guess about what they were experiencing, as his own experience, indistinguishable in his physical reality from his own thirst, layered on top of whatever he himself was already feeling. The feedback loop this created had no natural ceiling. His amplified thirst, experienced alongside theirs, could register in them through whatever sensitivity they possessed to the emotional states of those nearby, which could amplify their thirst further, which he would then feel, which could amplify his own further still. It was a loop that fed itself, and that could escalate without any external input, simply through the recursive relationship between what he felt and what the people around him felt in response. He managed it because he had no alternative, and because his gift operated in both directions. He could not only feel the emotional state of those around him, he could influence them, introduce calm where there was agitation, reduce the felt intensity of the thirst in a room by projecting something that counteracted it, that gave the bodies around him something to receive that pushed against the direction the loop was moving. He used this constantly in the newborn camps as a tool of management and control, keeping the armies functional enough to be deployed, keeping the lid on dynamics that would otherwise have produced chaos. He was good at it. He was, in fact, extraordinarily good at it, because he had been reading and adjusting emotional environments since before he had language for what he was doing, and the transformation had simply amplified and extended a capacity that had always been the most fundamental feature of his psychology. But being good at a thing is not the same as being unaffected by it. Jasper felt the deaths when the newborn vampires whose training he had overseen were destroyed at the end of their useful period, dispatched by Maria or by him on Maria's instruction. He felt what they felt in those final moments with the same immediacy that he felt everything else. The fear and the confusion and the pain of beings who had been human recently enough that some residue of human experience still colored their responses. He felt all of it, every time, without any mechanism for processing or releasing what he absorbed, because the gift that made him feel it did not come with a corresponding capacity for putting it down. He carried it, it accumulated, and the decades of the Southern Wars deposited in him a weight of accumulated suffering that had no outlet and no resolution, and that the gift ensured he could never fully separate from his own experience of himself. He left Maria eventually. This decision came not as a sudden revelation, but as the slow culmination of something that had been building across years. The gradual exhaustion of every justification he had constructed for continuing to do what he was doing in the way that he was doing it. He was not, by the time he left, the same person who had been turned on a road outside Galveston with the confidence of someone who had not yet encountered the full dimensions of what the world could ask of a person. He was someone who had been living inside the suffering of others for decades, who had participated in violence on a scale that his gift made impossible to intellectually distance himself from, who was tired in a way that went deeper than anything physical tiredness could reach. He left and he wandered, and the wandering was its own form of suffering because he was not built for solitude in the way that some people are. His gift required relationship, required the presence of others, in order to function in the way it was designed to function. And without that context, it turned inward with an unpleasant thoroughness. He found Alice, or rather Alice found him, in the way that Alice found most things she was looking for, by seeing them first, and then moving toward what she had already seen. He was sitting in a diner in Philadelphia in 1948 when she arrived, and she greeted him with the warm certainty of someone for whom his presence in that specific location at that specific moment was entirely expected. He felt her emotions the moment she came within range. This was not unusual. He felt everyone's emotions the moment they came within range. What was unusual was what hers were, what they were not, specifically. They were not the complex layering of apprehension and social performance and concealed agenda that characterized virtually every human emotional state he had ever encountered. And they were not the hunger and the aggression and the competitive calculation that characterized the emotional states of most vampires he had known. They were simply open, genuinely, completely, disconcertingly open, in a way he had never felt before in anyone, carrying the specific texture of someone who was entirely comfortable with what they were doing and entirely certain about the person they were doing it with. He went with her because her emotional state was the most honest thing he had encountered in decades of feeling everything, and because Alice was someone whose certainty had a quality to it that his gift recognized as different in kind from the false certainty he had felt in others, the performed confidence that masked anxiety, the aggressive assurance that masked fear. Her certainty was simply real, and after the years he had been through, real was the thing he was most starved for. Coming to the Cullens was the beginning of the longest and most difficult adjustment of his immortal existence, which is a significant claim given the existence he had already had. The difficulty was specific and structural and had everything to do with his gift. He was joining a family that did not feed on humans, that had committed itself to the sustained and daily practice of resisting the thirst that his gift made more complicated than it was for anyone else in the family. He felt their thirst as his own. When Emmett's control slipped slightly in a crowd, Jasper felt the slip as a sensation in his own throat. When Edward's resistance to Bella's particular call was at its most strained, Jasper felt the strain with an immediacy that made maintaining his own control a compounded effort rather than a simple one. The family's collective management of the thirst was something Jasper participated in, not as an individual exercise, but as a shared physical experience, bearing the weight of everyone's struggle alongside his own. He was the member of the family who came closest to breaking, most often, across the years. This is not a failure of character or commitment. It is the direct and predictable consequence of carrying a gift that makes the hardest thing the family does harder for him than for anyone else, by a margin that those without his particular sensitivity could not fully appreciate. When Bella first came into sustained proximity with the family, and the particular call of her blood, already a significant challenge for Edward, who had been managing it in isolation across weeks, arrived in Jasper as a compound sensation, his own thirst amplified by Edward's, creating exactly the kind of feedback loop that his years in the newborn camps had taught him was the most dangerous dynamic his gift could produce. He managed it, but the management was real work in a way that looked, from outside, like simple restraint, but was, from inside, a continuous and demanding exercise in maintaining the boundary between what was his and what was arriving from elsewhere. His gift's influence capability was something he used within the family, with a care that reflected his understanding of its ethical dimensions. He could calm a room. He could reduce the felt intensity of conflict. He could introduce a quality of ease into a situation that had been moving towards something more difficult, could help a family member through a moment of thirst that was approaching the threshold of control by projecting something that pushed the threshold back. He did this regularly, often without announcement, often without the people he was helping being fully aware that anything beyond their own management had contributed to the outcome. He did it because it was useful, and because it was what his gift made available to him, and he tried to use it in service of the family's well-being, rather than in service of his own preference for a particular emotional atmosphere. But he was also aware, with the specific awareness of someone who had spent decades learning exactly what emotional manipulation could accomplish in the wrong hands, and of the line between helping and controlling. He had managed newborn armies through his gift. He had kept violent and barely stable beings in a condition of relative functionality through the sustained projection of emotional states that served Maria's strategic purposes, rather than the genuine well-being of the people he was managing. He knew what it looked like when an empathic gift crossed from support into control, and he carried that knowledge as a check on himself, a reminder of what he was capable of and what he had already done with that capability in a context where the oversight was absent. The guilt that lives in Jasper is different in kind from the guilt that lives in Edward. Though they share the quality of being genuinely felt rather than performed. Edward's guilt is the guilt of someone who knows, through his gift, exactly what his past choices cost the people they cost. Jasper's guilt is the guilt of someone who felt it while it was happening and continued anyway, who absorbed the suffering his actions caused in the most immediate possible way, as his own felt experience, and still made the choices that produced more of it. This is a specific and particularly difficult form of moral weight to carry, because it eliminates the possibility of the distancing move that guilt sometimes permits. The move of saying, I did not fully understand the cost. He understood it completely. He felt it with perfect clarity every time. And this understanding, which his gift made inescapable, is something he lives with in a way that has no clean resolution, and that he does not pretend to have resolved. What Alice gave him, and what the Cullen family gave him, was not absolution. It was direction. The possibility of using the gift that had made him so effective in Maria's service in the direction of something that actually merited the effectiveness. The ability to calm a situation rather than to engineer compliance. To feel the well-being of the people around him as a genuine good rather than as a tactical metric. To exist within a group whose emotional states were, most of the time, characterized by things his gift could receive without the crushing accumulation of suffering that the newborn camps had deposited in him across the years. He is not, even now, the easiest member of the family. His control is the most fragile. His management of the thirst the most demanding. His relationship with the ongoing noise of other people's emotional states the most complex and costly. He maintains, he chooses every day the same difficult thing that every member of this family chooses, and for him it costs more than it costs most of them, and he does it anyway. This is not a small thing, in a family defined by its commitment to choosing the harder path. Jasper's version of that commitment is perhaps the one that is most visibly what a commitment actually is, not a natural inclination or an easy alignment of desire with ethics, but a daily and deliberate choice made in the full awareness of what the alternative would feel like and the decision to choose otherwise regardless. There is a category of loss that does not announce itself through obvious deprivation. It does not arrive as the absence of something you never had, which is the kind of loss that can be adapted to, grieved in a contained way, eventually accommodated within a life that reorganizes itself around the shape of what is missing. It arrives instead as the permanent removal of something you already possessed, something so central to your understanding of your own future that its absence does not merely change the life you are living, but eliminates the life you were expecting to live and replaces it with something else entirely, something that wears the same exterior while containing an interior so different from what was there before that the continuity feels like a cruelty rather than a comfort. This is Rosalie Hale's existence, and understanding it honestly, without the simplification that reduces her to bitterness, without the romanticization that softens the genuine injustice of what was done to her, is the only way to understand her gift and what it means and why it cuts the way it does. Rosalie Lillian Hale was born in 1915 in Rochester, New York, into a family that was comfortable and aspirational and entirely clear about what Rosalie's primary value to the world was and would continue to be. She was beautiful, extraordinarily, undeniably, almost disruptively beautiful, in the way that causes people to stop mid-sentence when someone walks into a room, in the way that generates attention without solicitation and shapes every social interaction before a single word has been exchanged. Her family understood this beauty as an asset, as the most significant thing Rosalie brought to any situation, and they managed it with the careful intentionality that people bring to the management of genuinely valuable things. She was dressed to display it. She was taught to carry herself in the ways that enhanced it. She was brought into social situations specifically because her presence in those situations reflected well on her family, and she was praised most consistently and most warmly for the responses her appearance generated in the people who encountered her. She was not stupid. This is important to establish clearly, because the way beauty functions as a primary identity tends to produce assumptions about the person behind it that are frequently inaccurate. And they are inaccurate in Rosalie's case in ways that matter for understanding her. She was intelligent and capable and possessed of a mechanical aptitude that expressed itself in her fascination with how things worked, with the specific satisfaction of understanding a complex system well enough to repair it or improve it. She was musically talented in a way that went beyond the polite accomplishment expected of girls of her social position. She had an aesthetic sensibility that was genuinely her own, rather than simply a reflection of what was fashionable, an eye for proportion and beauty in the structural sense that informed how she moved through and responded to the world around her. But the world she lived in was not organized around these qualities, because it did not need to be. Her beauty was sufficient. Her beauty was in the framework of her time and her community and her family's aspirations more than sufficient. It was the thing that would accomplish everything, that would attract the right husband and produce the right marriage and generate the right social position and deliver the life that her family wanted for her and that she had been raised to want for herself. She was engaged to a man named Royce King II, whose family was wealthy and prominent, and whose interest in Rosalie was organized almost entirely around the same quality that organized everyone else's interest in her. He wanted her the way people want beautiful things, for display, for the social signal of possession, for the pleasure of having what others could see and envy. In 1933, on a night in the early spring, Rosalie was walking home from a visit to a friend. She encountered Royce and a group of his companions, men who had been drinking with the specific quality of recklessness that a certain kind of young man, insulated from consequence by wealth and social position, could generate in a group. What happened next was a violence so brutal and so deliberate that the details are less important than the fact of them. That the men who committed this act did so with the belief, accurate in the context of the world they inhabited, that their social position made them untouchable, and that Rosalie, whatever her beauty and whatever her family's aspirations, was ultimately something they could treat as they chose and face no meaningful consequence for it. She was left for dead in the street. Carlisle found her there, drawn by the sound and the scent of someone dying in the manner she was dying. And he made the decision that he had made twice before, once with Edward, once with Esme, to offer transformation rather than simply observe the ending of a life that was ending too soon, and in circumstances that seemed particularly and specifically unjust. He carried her to his home and transformed her, and 3 days later, Rosalie Hale opened her eyes as something that would never be hurt in that way again. Her beauty was still there. Every other quality she had carried into transformation was still there. And so was the full, undiminished, perfectly preserved memory of what had been done to her, and who had done it and why. The first thing she did, after the transformation was complete, and the newborn period had settled enough to allow for something resembling deliberate action, was find the men who had attacked her, and every one of them. She tracked them with the patience and the thoroughness of someone who had a great deal of time and a great deal of motivation, and she killed them one by one, saving Royce for last, dressing in a stolen wedding gown to visit him in the cell he had been placed in, after the suspicious deaths of his companions had finally attracted the kind of attention that his family's wealth and position could no longer entirely suppress. She did not feed on any of them. She was very clear about this, and the clarity of it says something about her that is worth noting. This was not about thirst. This was about something else entirely. Something that had nothing to do with her vampire nature and everything to do with the human person she had been and the specific wrong that had been done to that person. Our understanding Rosalie's gift requires understanding this history with genuine completeness, because the gift and the history are not separate things. They are the same thing, seen from different angles. In the framework that governs how vampire abilities develop, the gift emerges from the most essential human trait, the quality most deeply embedded in the person's psychology and identity at the moment of transformation. In Rosalie's case, that quality was her beauty, not as a vanity, not as simple self-absorption, but as the lens through which her entire social reality had been organized and understood, the quality that had defined her relationship to the world around her from the earliest age at which the world had begun to respond to it. She falls into the passive gift category, and it is worth returning to what that actually means, rather than simply naming it as a distinction and moving on. A passive gift does not generate a new supernatural ability. It takes the trait that was already most fundamental to the person and amplifies it to its absolute possible expression, to a degree so far beyond the natural range of that trait that it becomes qualitatively different, even if it does not produce the dramatic and easily categorized effects that active gifts produce. Rosalie's beauty, already extraordinary by any human standard, was amplified by transformation to something that functions differently in the world than beauty functions at a more ordinary level of intensity. It is not simply more beautiful in the quantitative sense of being further along a continuous scale. It is beauty at a degree that operates almost as an environmental condition, that changes the perceptual experience of anyone in proximity to her, regardless of their intention or their prior resistance to such effects. Even other vampires who possess their own version of enhanced physical beauty and who are therefore presumably less susceptible to being destabilized by it in others, respond to Rosalie differently than they respond to each other. There is something in the specific quality of her appearance that exceeds what the standard vampire transformation produces, that registers even to immortal perception as something beyond the expected. This is the passive gift in its most observable expression. Not an ability she activates or controls, but a quality she simply is, a constant and ambient and impossible to modulate based on the demands of any given situation. Her other qualities were amplified alongside the beauty, which is consistent with how passive gifts function. They do not amplify only the most visible external expression of a trait, but the whole person as organized around that trait's dominance. Her mechanical aptitude became extraordinary. She could disassemble and rebuild a complex engine with a speed and precision that went beyond skilled and into something that looked more like intuition, as though the relationship between mechanical components and their optimal configuration was simply visible to her in a way it was not visible to others. Her musical ability developed in the same direction. Her ear for structure and her capacity for technical execution both amplified to the level that her other qualities occupied. Her aesthetic sensibility, the eye for proportion and beauty that had always been her own rather than borrowed from convention, became something she applied with an accuracy that produced results consistently remarkable enough to be noticed even in a family with several centuries of accumulated aesthetic experience among its members. What she did not develop was an active supernatural ability. No telepathy, no precognition, no emotional influence, no shield. And this absence is the thing that is most frequently misread as a lack, as though the transformation looked at her and found nothing worth preserving in a special way, found no psychological trait strong enough or concentrated enough to warrant the kind of amplification that produces a new kind of ability. This reading is wrong, and it is worth being direct about why it is wrong. The transformation found exactly what was most essential in her and amplified it exactly as it amplifies everything it finds. The reason that amplification produced a passive gift rather than an active one is not that what it found was insufficient, but that what it found was organized differently around identity and external expression and the social and psychological reality of existing as someone whose appearance was their primary mode of relationship with the world, rather than around an interior perceptual or psychological process of the kind that tends to produce active abilities. Edward's trait was interior, a perceptiveness about other people's inner lives that lived in his own psychology and operated through his own cognitive processes. Its amplification produced something that extended inward into other people's minds. Alice's trait was temporal, an orientation toward what was coming that operated through her own perceptual experience. Its amplification produced something that extended forward in time. Jasper's trait was interpersonal and felt, an awareness of emotional states that was already in human form, something he received rather than observed. Its amplification produced something that extended into the emotional interior of those around him. Rosalie's most essential trait was external and identity-based, organized around how she appeared to and was received by the world. Its amplification extended that outward quality to its absolute limit, producing perfection in the direction that the trait was already pointing, rather than generating a new capacity in a direction the trait was not oriented toward. The psychological burden of this gift is something that requires honest examination, because the word burden applied to extraordinary beauty tends to produce resistance from those who have not considered it carefully. The burden is not that beauty is unpleasant to possess. The burden is what Rosalie's particular beauty means in the context of everything else about her situation. She's frozen. Every vampire is frozen, in the sense that the transformation captures a person at a specific moment and preserves them there, unchanging for as long as they exist. But Rosalie is frozen specifically in the identity that her beauty constituted, in the external quality that the world organized itself around in relationship to her, in the thing that was used to define her value, and that was implicated in the worst thing that ever happened to her. She cannot grow away from it. She cannot develop in directions that would change the primary way the world responds to her. She is permanently the beautiful one, permanently the person whose appearance arrives before any other quality in the experience of anyone who encounters her, in a way that she has no mechanism for modulating. Her resentment of Bella is more complicated and more interesting than it is usually given credit for being. It is not simply jealousy, not the petty competitive response of someone who cannot tolerate sharing attention or being found less impressive than another person. It is the response of someone for whom human life, with all its impermanence and fragility and limitation, represents the thing she most deeply wants and cannot have. Watching another person treat that same human life as something to be discarded in favor of immortality, Rosalie would return to humanity immediately and without hesitation if such a thing were possible. She would accept the aging and the vulnerability and the mortality that Bella is so eager to move beyond, because those things are inseparable from the human experiences that transformation sealed away from her permanently. Chief among those sealed experiences is the possibility of children. This grief is not incidental to Rosalie's character. It is foundational to it, the specific loss that sits beneath almost every other difficulty she carries, and that makes sense of responses that might otherwise seem disproportionate. She was a person whose most essential human trait was organized around how she was perceived, around the social and relational dimensions of existence, and she was a person who wanted, in the deep and genuine sense of wanting something that feels constitutive rather than acquired, to be a mother. The transformation gave her everything except the one thing that mattered to her most in terms of what she actually wanted her life to be for. She is perfect and she is permanent, and she cannot have children, and she cannot age, and she cannot die peacefully when the time comes. And none of the extraordinary qualities she possesses are compensation for these absences, because compensation is not what she wanted. She wanted the human life. She wanted the ordinary, fragile, temporary human life that her transformation replaced with something that the world would consider an upgrade, and that she experiences in her most honest moments as the wrong exchange. There is a dimension of her existence that is genuinely easier than the experience of her family members who carry active gifts. And acknowledging this is part of being honest about the full picture of her situation. Her mind is her own. Edward cannot access it with any more success than he can access Bella's, though for different reasons and through different mechanisms. Jasper's emotional influence reaches her less completely than it reaches others. Or perhaps she simply has the psychological architecture to resist it more effectively. The combination of her particular nature and her particular history producing a self-containment that is not easily penetrated from outside. She's not subjected to the constant and involuntary reception of other people's inner lives that makes Edward's existence a perpetual exercise in unwanted intimacy. She is not bombarded by the emotional states of those around her in the way that makes Jasper's existence a continuous environmental challenge. She does not carry the specific weight of foreknowledge and its conditional uncertainties the way Alice carries it. Her interior life is genuinely private, genuinely her own, genuinely inaccessible to the people around her in a way that none of the active gift members of her family can claim for themselves. This privacy is its own form of gift, though it is not one she chose and not one she would necessarily identify as compensation for what she does not have. It is simply a feature of her existence, one of the ways that passive gifts differ from active ones in their effect on the person who carries them. She is complete in herself in a way that people who receive everyone else's inner lives or project their own influence outward cannot quite be. She encounters the world from behind the boundary of a self that remains intact and unpermeated. And this is not nothing, even if it is not the thing she most wanted her existence to contain. Rosalie Hale is not the simplest member of this family to understand, and that difficulty is appropriate because she is not a simple person, and her situation is not a simple one. She is someone whose most essential human quality was used against her, first by the world that reduced her to it, and then by the violence that destroyed her because of it, and finally by the transformation that made it permanent. She is someone who wanted one life and received another, and who has not, across the decades, had pretended that the life she received is the equivalent of the one she lost. This honesty is not bitterness, or not only bitterness. It is also the specific integrity of someone who refuses to perform gratitude for an exchange she did not make willingly, who insists on the reality of her own grief, even in a family that has every practical reason to prefer she resolve it. She carries what she carries. She has always carried it. And the permanence that is the defining condition of her existence ensures that she will go on carrying it unchanged for as long as she continues. There is a kind of person who moves through the world as though the world was built to accommodate them, not through arrogance, not through the performed confidence of someone who has decided that projecting certainty is strategically useful and has trained themselves to produce it on demand, but through something more foundational and less calculated than either of those things, through a genuine and apparently constitutional absence of the particular anxiety that most people carry as background noise through most of their waking hours. The low-level awareness of everything that could go wrong, everything that could be lost, every dimension of any situation that represents potential threat or potential failure or potential humiliation. Most people manage this anxiety well enough that it does not prevent them from functioning effectively or even happily, but they manage it, which means it is there to be managed, and which means some portion of their cognitive and emotional resources are devoted at all times to the ongoing work of keeping it at a level that does not overwhelm the rest of what they are trying to do. The management is so constant and so normalized that most people do not recognize it as management at all. It simply feels like being alive, like the background texture of conscious experience, like what it is to be a person moving through a world that contains real risk and real consequence and real loss. Emmett McCarthy was simply not organized that way. The anxiety that other people managed was, in his case, genuinely absent, not suppressed, not managed into invisibility, not overridden by practice, discipline, or religious conviction or philosophical framework carefully constructed to make the fear bearable. Absent. It's the assessment of risk that most people perform automatically in any situation. The calculation of what could go wrong and how badly. The measurement of one's own capacity against the demands of the situation. The quiet and often unconscious survey of exits and alternatives that fear produces in any mind that has learned to take the world's dangers seriously, was present in Emmett in the technical sense that he was intelligent enough to understand risk in the abstract, to recognize that certain situations carried certain probabilities of certain outcomes, but that understanding did not produce in him the felt response that it produced in other people. The knowledge that something was dangerous did not translate in Emmett into the physical and psychological state of feeling endangered. It translated, more often than not, into something that looked from outside like interest and felt from inside like the straightforward recognition that something worth engaging with had presented itself. Emmett McCarty was born in 1915 in Gatlinburg, Tennessee, into a mountain community where the landscape itself seemed to establish a particular set of terms for the relationship between people and the physical world. The Appalachian Mountains were not backdrop or scenery in Gatlinburg in 1915. They were environment, present, immediate, demanding, and entirely indifferent to whether the people navigating them were prepared for what they presented. The community that had grown up in and around those mountains had developed across generations at the particular relationship with physical challenge that was less about bravery in any heroic sense and more about the practical necessity of meeting the world as it actually was, rather than as one might prefer it to be. You either developed a working relationship with the difficulty, or the difficulty consistently overwhelmed you. And most people in that community had chosen, through necessity and through the particular pride of people who had been navigating hard country for generations, to develop the working relationship. Emmett developed one from the beginning, and with an enthusiasm that distinguished him even in that context. He was large even as a child, with a kind of physical presence that tends to arrive ahead of the personality it belongs to, on drawing attention and expectation before he had done anything particular to earn either. He grew into an adolescent, and then a young man of genuinely unusual size and strength, his physical development producing something that the community around him noticed and responded to, with a combination of appreciation and wariness that truly exceptional physical capacity tends to generate in people who are around it regularly enough to understand what it represents. And the combination of that physical capacity with the fearless psychology that had apparently been his from before he was old enough to understand that it was unusual, produced someone who engaged with difficulty not as something to be survived or carefully managed, but as something to be met with direct and generally cheerful force. He hunted. This is worth dwelling on not simply as a biographical detail, but as the clearest available window into his character before the transformation and the specific way that character expressed itself in the context his life provided. Hunting in the Appalachian Mountains of the 1930s was not the recreational activity that it would become in later decades for people who chose it as a leisure pursuit from among a range of available options. It was practical. It was integral to the life of the community, and it involved routine encounters with animals, bears in particular, that were genuinely dangerous by any objective assessment, capable of inflicting serious harm on people who engaged with them without adequate preparation or adequate caution. And Emmett hunted bears with a regularity and a directness that people who knew him recalled later as one of the most characteristic things about him. not because he was reckless in the sense of failing to understand what bears were capable of doing to a person, but because understanding what they were capable of did not, for him, generate the response that such understanding generated in most people. He found bears interesting. He found the encounter with something genuinely powerful and genuinely capable of resistance, a source of satisfaction rather than a source of fear. And he pursued those encounters with an enthusiasm that his hunting companions found impressive and occasionally exhausting. And this distinction between knowing something is dangerous and feeling endangered by it was the most essential feature of who he was as a human being. It expressed itself in every dimension of his life, not just in his relationship with the physical risks of mountain hunting. He navigated social situations with the ease of someone who was not monitoring them for threat. He engaged with people directly and without the careful preliminary assessment that most people perform before deciding how much of themselves to make available in any given interaction. He was funny in the specific way that people are funny when they are not anxious about whether their humor will land. Genuinely, immediately, are without the hedge of self-deprecation or the retreat of irony that most people use to protect themselves from the vulnerability of having tried to make someone laugh and failed. He simply said what he found funny and assumed that if it was actually funny, the person he was talking to would find it funny too. And if they did not, then that was a piece of information, but not a catastrophe. In 1935, a bear found him first. He was 20 years old, hunting alone in the mountains outside Gatlinburg on a day that had given him no particular reason to expect it would be the last day of his human life, when he was mauled with a severity and a speed that even his exceptional physical capacity was not sufficient to respond to effectively. And the injuries he sustained were not the kind that the 1930s version of accessible medical care could address, and the location in which he sustained them was not the kind from which an injured person could easily be retrieved in time to matter. He was dying in the most practical and unambiguous sense of the word, his body in the process of completing the irreversible transition from living to not. And he was found in that condition by Rosalie. The circumstances of this discovery are significant for understanding both of them, and deserve more attention than they usually receive in the general telling of this story. Rosalie was not searching for Emmett. She was hunting, attending to her own needs, and moving through a territory that happened to include the particular section of mountain where Emmett's encounter with the bear had left him. She came upon him in the condition he was in, and something about the sight of him stopped her in a way that the situation, considered from the perspective of a vampire encountering a dying human, would not straightforwardly have predicted. He reminded her of someone, a child she had known before her own transformation, a child whose physical appearance apparently bore sufficient resemblance to the young man dying in front of her that the recognition bypassed the more expected response and produced something else instead, something that overrode the calculation that the situation might otherwise have prompted. She did not feed on him. She carried him to Carlisle, covering the necessary distance at the speed her nature made available to her, driven by a motivation she could not have articulated cleanly in the moment, but that was operating with sufficient force to determine everything that followed. Carlisle transformed him, and Emmett woke 3 days later into a new existence, with the disorientation of the newly transformed and the burning of the newborn thirst, and the complete unfamiliarity of a body suddenly operating at capabilities that his previously exceptional human body, whatever its qualities had been, had not prepared him for in any meaningful way. The senses arriving at their new intensity, the physical capacity expanded beyond any previous reference point, at the thirst making its first and insistent claim on his attention in the particular way that the newborn period intensifies everything. All of this arrived simultaneously, without warning, without the kind of preparation that might have made the arrival less overwhelming. He laughed. This is the detail most consistently recalled by the people who were present when Emmett woke for the first time as a vampire, and it is the detail that does more to illuminate who he was and who the transformation preserved him as than almost any other single piece of information about him. He woke into a completely transformed existence, physically remade in ways that had no precedent in anything he had previously experienced, surrounded by people who were attempting to explain to him things that were, by any reasonable measure, quite a lot to receive in the first moments of consciousness. And his initial clear response was laughter. Not the laughter of someone who has identified laughter as the correct social response to an unusual situation, and is producing it for that reason. Not the laughter of someone processing shock through an inappropriate outlet. The genuine, immediate, unperformed laughter of someone who found, in the specific situation they were encountering, something that was actually amusing to them. The sheer scale of what had just happened, the transformation from a dying human in a mountain forest to something extraordinary sitting in a room full of people who were trying to explain vampires to him, struck Emmett as remarkable in a way that his particular psychology translated directly into delight rather than into fear or grief or the existential destabilization that the same experience had produced in other members of the family who had come to this moment through their own very different paths. His fearlessness was not created by the transformation. This point is worth being clear about, because the temptation when discussing vampire gifts is to treat the gift as something the transformation generated, something new that arrived alongside the physical transformation. Emmett's fearlessness was present before the transformation. At the transformation found it, recognized it as the most essential and concentrated quality of this particular person's psychology, and amplified it to the level at which a vampire psychology could express it, which is a considerably higher ceiling than the human version, because the absence of the biological fear responses that human bodies generate in the presence of danger becomes, in a vampire body that is genuinely very difficult to harm, something closer to a pure psychological state, uncomplicated by the body's own warnings about its own vulnerability. As a human, his fearlessness had operated within a context where the dangers were real, and the body's fear responses were providing accurate information about genuine risk. As a vampire, that same fearlessness operated in a context where the body's extraordinary capabilities meant that the situations genuinely capable of threatening him were far fewer, and the fearlessness could therefore express itself without the check that real vulnerability had previously provided. His physical strength, exceptional as a human, was amplified by the transformation in the way that passive gifts amplify whatever they find to be most essential. Not simply to the standard vampire baseline, but beyond it, to a point that distinguished him from his family members, even in a group where everyone already operated far beyond anything the human world could produce by way of physical capacity. He was consistently the strongest member of the Cullen family in this straightforward physical sense. And this distinction was meaningful in a group whose members included several centuries of accumulated vampire development across multiple individuals. The amplification of his strength alongside his fearlessness was not coincidental. They were expressions of the same foundational quality, the same basic orientation toward the world as something to be engaged with directly and without the mediation of fear, and they were amplified together because they were, at their root, the same thing expressed through different dimensions of his nature. His approach to the thirst was consistent with everything else about him. He felt it, as all members of the family felt it. The constant and non-negotiable biological demand of the most fundamental need of his new existence, present without pause, her requiring management and attention, and the ongoing commitment to resisting what his nature most insistently requested. But where the thirst generated in other family members an ongoing interior negotiation, a sustained philosophical engagement with the ethics of their situation, an emotional weight that accumulated across the years and required continuous processing. In Emmett, it generated something more straightforward, a problem, a real and significant problem, but a problem of the kind that problems are for people whose psychology is organized around engaging with problems rather than suffering them. He addressed it by hunting thoroughly and consistently, with the same directness he brought to everything else, and then he moved on to whatever the next thing was. This was not indifference to the moral dimensions of the family's situation. It was simply his nature, processing the same challenge through a different mechanism, arriving at the same outcome through a shorter path. His relationship with Rosalie has been, across the decades of their existence together, the most straightforwardly loving relationship in the family, which is a significant observation in a family that contains Carlisle and Esme, who are not exactly deficient in the capacity for love. The significance lies in what straightforward means in this context, and why it mattered specifically to Rosalie. Her history had given her extensive and particular reasons to be defended, and to approach the things she wanted with the careful protection of someone who understood what wanting things and being denied them felt like in the most acute possible terms. She was not a person who trusted easily, not because she lacked the capacity for trust, but because the experiences that had shaped her had demonstrated with considerable force that the world was not reliably worthy of it. She carried her grief and her anger and her resentment of her situation with an honesty that precluded the kind of careful emotional management that might have made her easier to be close to, but would have required her to be something other than what she was. Emmett was not careful around her. This is the thing that mattered most, that was most specific to what he offered, and what she needed from what he offered. He did not navigate her with the delicacy of someone who had assessed her as complicated and was working to manage the complication skillfully. He engaged with her directly, found her interesting and attractive and funny and worthy of his full attention, and communicated all of this without the hedge of carefulness that would have communicated underneath it that she was something requiring special handling. He was not afraid of her grief or her anger or the force of her personality or the possibility that getting close to someone who carried what she carried might cost him something. The concept of being afraid of those things was simply not one his psychology had much infrastructure for producing, and the result was that Rosalie encountered in him something she had not found elsewhere. Someone who wanted to be near her, not in spite of everything she was, but including everything she was, without any evident desire for her to be different or easier or less than the full, complicated reality of herself. He loved her the way fearless people love, completely, without the protective withholding that most people use to manage the risk of loss, without the anxiety about inadequacy that most people bring to the vulnerability of caring deeply about someone who might not remain. The fears that ordinarily accompany love are not irrational. They are the reasonable responses of people who understand that love can be lost, and that its loss is among the most significant forms of suffering available to a conscious being. And Emmett simply did not have them. And Rosalie, who had spent the long decades of her immortal existence carrying enough of her own suffering without adding to it the anxieties of someone else's, found in his uncomplicated devotion a form of rest that was specific to him and unavailable elsewhere. Within the family's broader dynamics, Emmett's role is the easiest to overlook precisely because it does not express itself through an ability that can be named and analyzed and pointed to as a definable function. Edward provides information. Alice provides foresight. Jasper manages the emotional environment. Bella provides protection. These are roles that can be described in the language of capability because they express themselves through capabilities. Emmett's role cannot be described in that language, because it does not express itself through a capability in the conventional sense. It expresses itself through what he is, through the quality of presence he brings to every situation, through the effect that his particular way of being in the world has on the people who exist alongside him over time. What he provides is ballast. In a family whose most defining characteristic, beyond the obvious facts of their immortal nature, is the weight of what each member carries, the accumulated centuries of loneliness and moral questioning that belong to Carlisle, the grief and the sealed future that belong to Esme, the noise and the ethical burden of unwanted access that belong to Edward, the conditional and shifting weight of foreknowledge that belongs to Alice, the compound suffering and the accumulated past that belong to Jasper, and the irresolvable losses and the frozen identity that belong to Rosalie. Emmett is the member who is not primarily defined by what he carries. He's defined by what he moves toward, by what engages him and what he finds worth the direct approach, by the quality of someone who processes the world through engagement rather than through accumulated interior weight, who exists most fully in the current moment and in whatever the current moment contains by way of challenge or humor or opportunity. This orientation toward the present tense is in the context of a family whose other members have various complicated relationships with time. Alice living partially in futures not yet arrived. Edward saturated with the ongoing present of everyone else's inner lives. Jasper carrying the weight of a past that his gift made impossible to intellectually distance himself from. Something that functions as a kind of anchor. Not a philosophical anchor, not a deliberate grounding practice, but the simple and constant anchor of a person who is genuinely here in this moment, interested in what this moment contains, not managing the past or tracking the future or processing the accumulated weight of centuries. Just present, fully and without apology, in the way that people are present when nothing in their psychology is pulling them towards somewhere else. His fearlessness in combat situations deserves specific acknowledgement because it is distinct from his fearlessness in ordinary life in a way that reveals something important about the gift's full dimensions. Are in encounters requiring direct physical response, the confrontation with James, the situations across the long decades of the family's existence that required something more immediate than strategy or foresight or emotional management. Emmett's value was not reducible to his physical strength, though that strength was real and significant, and played a role in every such encounter. It was the quality of decision-making that the absence of fear made possible. Decisions made under threat are made differently by people who are managing their own fear response simultaneously with responding to the external situation. The fear is not only a feeling, it is a cognitive load, an additional demand on attention and processing that necessarily affects the quality of the decisions being made under its influence. Emmett did not carry that load. He acted with the clarity of someone who was responding only to the external situation, without the internal interference of a system simultaneously managing its own alarm. And the quality of action that this produced was genuinely different in kind from what any amount of practiced bravery could replicate. Practiced bravery is fear managed well. What Emmett had was simply the absence of the thing being managed. The risk inherent in his gift extends from exactly this. A psychology that does not generate appropriate fear responses is a psychology that may not adequately weight situations where caution would serve better than direct engagement. The same quality that made him extraordinarily effective in genuine physical confrontation made him, in situations where the most useful response was patience or strategic avoidance, or the careful assessment of whether engaging directly was wise, somewhat resistant to the reasoning that pointed away from direct engagement. He had, across the decades, initiated confrontations that a more cautious and fear-informed analysis of the situation would have suggested avoiding. He had engaged with threats in ways that his family members, working with the fuller picture of what the threat represented and what it could cost, would have preferred to approach differently. His confidence in his own and his family's combined capacity was genuine rather than performed, and genuine confidence is an advantage in almost every situation, except those where one's own capacity is not the relevant variable, and the most important thing is the accurate assessment of what the moment actually requires, rather than what one is capable of delivering. He does not, in the long run, define himself through what he has endured, or what he has survived, or what the long centuries of immortal existence have deposited in him by way of accumulated weight. This is the most fundamental difference between him and most of his family, and it is not a difference in the depth of his experience or the significance of what has happened to him across the long years. It is a difference in the direction his psychology faces. He faces outward, toward what is next, toward what is present, untoward whatever the current moment contains that is worth engaging with. The long existence has happened to him, as it has happened to all of them, and it has left its marks in ways that are real even if they are not always visible. But his relationship to those marks is one of someone who has processed them by moving through them, rather than by sitting with them. And the result is that he carries less of the accumulated weight that most of his family carries. not because less has happened to him, but because his nature moves it through rather than allowing it to settle. This quality, the quality of someone who moves through rather than accumulates, who faces forward rather than backward, and who engages rather than carries, is a gift to the people around him in the specific and quiet way that presence is always a gift when it is genuinely offered rather than performed. The family's heaviest interior worlds exist alongside someone who communicates through every interaction with every situation, that the world is something that can be met directly, that it is possible to be what you are without being defined by what you carry, that some things can simply be faced with the full and uncomplicated force of who you are without the elaborate preparation, without the protective distance, without the fear. Emmett Cullen has always known this. The transformation simply made sure he would keep knowing it, unchanged and unchallengeable, for as long as he existed. And in a family that carries as much as this one carries, that is not nothing. It is, in its quiet and easily overlooked way, one of the most valuable things the family has. There is a kind of person who processes the world from the inside out, who moves through their days with an interior life so self-contained, so fully organized around its own internal logic, that the constant noise of other people's opinions and emotional weather and social demands slides past them without quite penetrating. Not because they're cold, not because they lack empathy or feeling or the genuine capacity for connection, but because the architecture of their inner world is somehow sealed in a way that most people's inner worlds are not. Most people are porous to varying degrees. They absorb the emotional states of the people around them. They adjust their self-perception based on how others respond to them. They are shaped by the continuous input of social environment in ways that are so constant and so normalized that the shaping itself becomes invisible, simply part of what it means to exist among other people. They process from the outside in, taking in the world and then determining what they feel about it, constructing their understanding of themselves in part from the continuous stream of social reflection that other people provide. The boundary between their inner world and the world outside is real but permeable, and the permeability is not experienced as a vulnerability because it is so thoroughly the normal condition of human psychological existence. Bella Swan processed from the inside out, and this was not a quality she chose or cultivated or arrived at through deliberate philosophical practice or the accumulated wisdom of someone who had learned through painful experience that the world's input was not always worth absorbing. It was simply the architecture of her psychology, the way she was built at the most foundational level, as fundamental and as unremarkable to her as the color of her eyes or the fact that she was left-handed or the particular way she had always been more comfortable in her own company than most people found their own company comfortable. She had always been more present to her own inner experience than to the social environment around her. She had always been more capable of sustained independent thought and of sitting with her own processing without needing it confirmed or validated or reflected back to her by someone else. She was more reliant on her own assessment of things than on the external validation that most people sought more or less continuously. Not because she was arrogant about the quality of her own judgment, but because her inner world was simply more immediately real to her than the outer world's response to it. She was not antisocial. This distinction matters and deserves to be made clearly, because the temptation is to read her containedness as a kind of emotional inaccessibility, as if the sealed quality of her inner world meant that nothing genuine was happening inside it. The opposite was true. Her inner world was extraordinarily rich, filled with the specific kind of depth that develops in people who spend a great deal of time in genuine interior engagement, rather than externalizing their processing through continuous social interaction. She felt things deeply and specifically, and with a completeness that went all the way through rather than remaining at the surface, where feelings could be quickly identified, labeled, and discharged through expression. She formed attachments rarely, but with an intensity that reflected how much of her interior world she was capable of bringing to a genuine connection. She was simply, at the most structural level, herself first, and outwardly legible second, interior before exterior, sealed before open. She was born in 1987 in Forks, Washington. Though she spent most of her childhood and adolescence in Phoenix, Arizona, yet after her parents separated when she was very young. Her mother, Renee, was warm and scattered and fundamentally well-meaning. Someone whose emotional life was immediately and continuously available in the way that Bella's was not. Someone who read the room she was in and responded to it and was shaped by it with the natural porousness of a person for whom the boundary between inner and outer was relatively permeable and relatively comfortable to move across. Living with Renee, Bella had, from a very early age, slipped into a quiet role reversal that neither of them explicitly acknowledged, but that both of them seemed to find natural. The child became the more grounded and reliable presence in the household, the one who managed practical concerns and maintained stability, and not because Renee was negligent or irresponsible in any serious way, but because the gap between Renee's responsiveness to the world and Bella's containment created a space that Bella's psychology filled almost automatically. She was the anchor by temperament before she was old enough to understand what being an anchor cost or required. This dynamic shaped her in ways that went beyond the practical. It established, early and reinforced continuously, a relationship between her own needs and other people's needs, in which her own came second not through any dramatic sacrifice or resentment, but simply because her interior world was self-sustaining in a way that made the deferral feel natural rather than costly. She was comfortable inside herself. She did not require the external validation or the continuous social engagement that most people require to feel adequately real and adequately connected. And because she did not require it, she did not pursue it. And because she did not pursue it, she developed across the years of her childhood and adolescence the specific quality of interior independence that would turn out to be the most essential and the most extraordinary thing about her. She was 17 years old when she moved to Forks to live with her father Charlie, drawn by the specific and characteristically Bella logic of recognizing that her mother needed the freedom that Bella's presence was quietly constraining, and choosing to give it without drama or announcement or any particular expectation of acknowledgement. She arrived in Forks in January, in the rain, and in a town that was smaller and greener and darker than anything Phoenix had prepared her for, carrying the contained interior she had always carried and the quiet adaptability that came with having always been more self-reliant than most people her age. she walked into a biology classroom and sat down next to Edward Cullen, and the entire hidden architecture of what she was began, though she did not know it yet, to announce itself. Edward's experience of her silence has been described in the context of his own story. What it revealed about Bella requires consideration from a different angle, because what he encountered was not nothing in any neutral sense. It was the specific and structural absence of the broadcast that every other human mind produced continuously and involuntarily. He had been reading minds for nearly a century. In that time, he had encountered every variation of human thought: slow minds and fast ones, organized minds and chaotic ones, minds that were primarily visual, and minds that operated in language, and minds that seemed to process in something more like pure emotional texture than in any organized cognitive mode. He had encountered minds that were easier to read and minds that were harder, minds whose content was pleasant and minds whose content was disturbing, and minds that were simply relentlessly banal. He had never encountered a mind that was not there, not unclear, not difficult, not resistant in the sense of being hard to resolve into readable content, simply absent. Bella's mind produced no signal that his gift could receive, and the absence was so complete and so immediate that he noticed it in the same moment he noticed everything else about her, which, given that everything else about her was threatening his control in ways he had not experienced in decades, was itself remarkable. Alice's experience of Bella was different in mechanism, but consistent in its essential quality. Where Edward encountered silence, the complete absence of reception, Alice encountered interference, the specific blurring of a signal that is present but cannot be resolved into clarity. Bella appeared in Alice's visions but consistently at reduced resolution, the futures involving her resistant to the sharp and detailed rendering that Alice's precognition normally produced are present enough to indicate significance but insufficiently clear to provide the actionable specificity that made Alice's gift strategically useful. The futures involving Bella were there. Alice could see their general shape, could feel their approximate weight, but the details that would have allowed her to respond to them with the precision she brought to clearer visions were simply not available. She was always slightly out of focus, always at the edge of legibility rather than in the center of it. Jasper's experience was different again. His emotional influence reached Bella at reduced intensity. Not absent the way Edward's reception was absent, not blurred the way Alice's visions were blurred, but attenuated, arriving at something less than its full effect, producing in Bella a muted version of the emotional adjustment it produced in everyone else. He could feel that something was happening when he directed his gift toward her, could feel the attempt making contact with something, but the something it made contact with did not respond with the completeness that his gift normally produced. It was as though whatever he was sending was passing through a medium that reduced its intensity before it arrived, leaving Bella less affected than she should have been, more herself than the gift should have allowed. 3 different gifts, 3 different experiences of the same fundamental phenomenon. 3 different expressions of a single quality in Bella that was doing 3 different things to 3 different supernatural abilities, all without her knowledge, all without any deliberate action on her part, all simply because the most essential feature of her psychology was operating as it had always operated, doing what it had always done, protecting the interior she had always kept. She was entirely unaware of all of it. This is the aspect of her situation that perhaps best illustrates the nature of her gift in its human form. She moved through her time in Forks, through her increasingly complicated relationship with Edward and her growing connection to the Cullen family, entirely without any information about the fact that she was impervious to multiple forms of supernatural influence. She had no framework for understanding impervious because she had never experienced being permeable, had no contrast against which to recognize her own impermeability as unusual. She simply was as she had always been, interior and contained and private, in the way she had always been interior and contained and private. And the supernatural significance of that quality was invisible to her, because it had always simply been the way she was. The transformation changed the form of this completely, though it did not change the substance. The shield did not emerge from the transformation as something new, as a gift created by the process the way the standard vampire gifts are created by it. It was recognized by the transformation as the most essential quality already present, and it was made active and controllable in the same way that transformation makes all gifts active and controllable, by removing the biological and neurological constraints that had previously kept it in its limited, passive, human-scaled form. And the transformation did not give Bella a shield. It revealed the shield she had always had and made it something she could feel, locate, and deliberately move. Waking from the 3 days of burning, Bella's experience of her transformed state was notable for something that set it somewhat apart from the standard descriptions of the newborn experience. Most vampires described waking as an overwhelming assault of sensation, the thirst dominating everything, the senses arriving at their new intensity as a kind of beautiful violence, the physical capacity of the new body presenting itself through the disproportionate force of every smallest movement. Bella woke to all of this, and she processed it with a characteristic efficiency that her family observed with some surprise. That the wild emotional turbulence of the newborn period seemingly muted in her in ways that might have been her shield functioning to protect her from her own amplified responses, or might simply have been her nature, the same interior self-regulation that had always characterized her, now expressed in a vampire body. But alongside all of this, and in some moments more immediately present to her than any of it, was the awareness of the shield. She could feel it. This was the new thing, the thing that distinguished the transformed experience of this quality from the human one. As a human, the shield had been invisible to her because it was simply what she was. She existed inside it without any awareness of it as a distinct thing, the way a person does not generally feel the boundary of their own skin until something presses against it. As a vampire, with the enhanced and precise sensory awareness that transformation produced, she could feel the boundary. She could feel where she ended and the shield began, could feel the specific quality of the structure that had always surrounded her interior without her knowing it was there. It had weight and dimension and a solidity that she could locate and assess with the same proprioceptive accuracy with which she could locate the position of her own limbs. It was present, clearly and immediately present, and it was responsive to her attention in a way that suggested it had always been responsive to something, had always been organized in relationship to some central awareness that was now conscious of it for the first time. She tested it with the exploratory curiosity that characterized her general approach to new information. She tried to feel where the edges were, tried to push at the boundary from inside to understand how far it extended and what it covered and what it felt like when something pressed against it from outside. The pressing came almost immediately from Edward, who tried to access her thoughts in the moment of her waking with the same reflex that had governed the attempt for the entire period of their acquaintance, and felt again nothing. But Bella, for the first time, felt what he was doing. She felt the place where his gift arrived at the boundary of her shield and did not pass through, felt the contact of the attempt in a way that was entirely new information to her, a revelation about something that had been happening invisibly throughout her human life. The shield had always been blocking him, and she simply had not known there was anything to block. Jane was the most clarifying test of what her shield meant in the broader context of the vampire world. Jane's gift was the creation of the illusion of extreme pain in the mind of its target. Not physical pain in the sense of something happening to the body, but mental pain of such complete and overwhelming intensity that it was experienced as entirely real by those who received it, overriding every other perception and rendering its target effectively incapacitated for as long as Jane chose to sustain the illusion. It was among the most feared abilities in the vampire world, and the fear was rational and appropriate. The ability was as devastating in practice as its description suggested. The Volturi's authority rested in significant part on the credibility of Jane as an enforcement mechanism, on the understanding throughout the immortal world that the pain she could create was not theoretical, but immediate and absolute and available to her against anyone at any time without warning. Jane directed this gift at Bella with the specific expression of someone who was not accustomed to preparing very much before using it, because preparation had never been necessary. The gift worked. It had always worked. It worked on vampires centuries older and far more physically powerful than Jane herself. It worked on beings who knew it was coming and braced themselves for it, and were incapacitated by it anyway, because bracing was not the relevant variable. The ability operated directly on the mind, and the mind's defenses against it were not the kind that will or preparation or physical strength could provide. It did not work on Bella. Nothing happened. Not a reduced version of the pain. Not a weakened or attenuated experience of what Jane's targets normally experienced. Nothing. The attempt arrived at the boundary of Bella's shield and did not pass through, and Bella stood in the place where Jane's full gift was directed and experienced nothing beyond the normal functioning of her own senses. Jane's expression in that moment was something that the people present would remember, not because it was dramatic, but because it was unfamiliar, the specific quality of genuine surprise on a face that had not had occasion to produce it in a very long time. Alec's gift produced the same result, and the result was perhaps more significant in its implications, because Alec's ability was the one that represented the Volturi's true ultimate weapon. Where Jane could incapacitate individuals, Alec could incapacitate covens. His ability to create complete sensory deprivation, to sever every person within his range from all their senses simultaneously, to leave them conscious and present but entirely cut off from any information about the world around them, meant that a sufficiently large group of vampires could be rendered effectively helpless in a matter of seconds. His gift moved like a mist, gradual and comprehensive, and the people it touched did not feel it coming until it had already arrived and already taken everything. It was the reason the Volturi did not need to be physically superior to the covens they governed. Alec made their physical capabilities irrelevant before any confrontation could begin. Against Bella's shield, it arrived and stopped. The mist reached her and the boundary of what she was protecting and did not cross it, and Bella stood inside the full expression of Alec's gift, feeling nothing at all. And when she extended the shield outward to cover the family members near her, the same thing happened for them. The gift arriving at the extended boundary of her protection and failing to cross it, thus leaving the people inside her shield in full possession of their senses, while everyone outside it was being progressively and completely cut off from theirs. The mechanics of extension were the most demanding aspect of developing her gift into something deliberately controllable and useful, rather than simply passively present. The shield, in its natural state, was coextensive with her own psychological boundary. It covered the interior space that had always been hers, the sealed and self-sufficient inner world that was her most essential quality, and it covered it without effort because it was simply what she was. Extending it beyond herself required her to stretch that boundary outward, to encompass another person within the perimeter of her own interior space, to hold a boundary that was larger and less naturally defined than the one that simply reflected her own dimensions. The sensation she described to Edward when she was trying to explain what the extension felt like from inside was of something between a physical stretch and a concentrated mental effort. The way a muscle feels when it is being asked to extend further than its resting length, with the additional quality of something being held consciously that would return to its natural dimensions the moment the conscious holding was released. Covering one person was achievable relatively quickly and without unsustainable effort, though it was never entirely effortless in the way that simply being herself was effortless. Covering 2 or 3 people simultaneously required more sustained effort. Covering the entire family, are extended over a meaningful area, required the kind of concentrated and continuous application of will that was genuinely demanding, and that was sensitive to disruption in the way that all demanding sustained efforts are sensitive to disruption. By strong emotion, by sudden surprise, by the specific quality of psychological distress that made her interior boundary less firm and therefore made the extension less stable. This sensitivity was the specific and structural vulnerability of her gift, and understanding it required understanding the mechanism of the gift itself. The shield was not a separate structure she maintained alongside her other mental and emotional functioning, something she could compartmentalize and sustain independently of what was happening elsewhere in her interior world. It was an expression of that interior world and produced by the same quality of self-containment and interior organization that had always characterized her psychology. When that quality was under stress, when the circumstances were producing the specific kind of emotional turbulence that disrupted her interior organization, that made the boundary between inside and outside less clear, the shield reflected the disruption. It contracted. It pulled back toward its natural dimensions, covering less than it had been covering, providing reduced protection for the people who had been inside its extended boundary. The moments of greatest danger were therefore also the moments of greatest psychological demand, which was a specific and somewhat elegant cruelty built into the nature of the gift. In the situations that most required her protection, the situations that were most frightening and most threatening, most emotionally overwhelming, the shield was most vulnerable to contraction, most likely to be pulled back by the distress that the situation itself was generating. Managing this required the specific quality of interior regulation that had always been her strongest suit, and that was now the skill most directly relevant to keeping the people she loved safe. The girl, who had always managed her own interior so well, had to learn to manage it even better, had to develop the capacity to maintain the organized self-containment that sustained the shield even under conditions specifically designed to disrupt it. Looking backward across the whole of her human life and her early relationship with the Cullen family, at the recontextualization produced by understanding what she had always been, was one of the more quietly extraordinary features of arriving at consciousness of her own gift. Every moment in which Edward had been frustrated by his inability to access her thoughts, every conversation in which he had watched her face for the information her mind was withholding, every instance of the specific longing he had expressed for the one thing her proximity could not give him, had been a moment in which her shield was doing exactly what it was always doing. Every vision in which Alice had seen her blurred and slightly out of focus, every time Alice's planning had been complicated by the uncertainty that Bella's opacity introduced into futures that should have been resolvable, had been a consequence of the same quality, and every time Jasper's influence had arrived at her at reduced intensity, every time she had felt vaguely calmer in a tense situation, but less dramatically calmer than the people around her, the shield had been there, filtering before anything could fully arrive. She had been protecting herself from things she had not known existed, using an ability she had not known she possessed for the entire duration of her human life. The protection had been real. Its effects had been consequential and ongoing, and in some cases decisive. And she had been entirely unaware of it, because the quality that produced it was simply the most fundamental thing about her. The thing she had been so continuously and so completely that there had never been anything to contrast it against, and no reason to recognize it as unusual. The deeper significance of her gift I considered within the specific context of the family she had joined and the world they inhabited, was something that continued to reveal itself across time rather than presenting itself all at once. In a family defined in significant part by the experience of having one's interior life accessed by others without permission or choice, Edward unable to prevent himself from receiving everyone's thoughts, Jasper unable to prevent himself from feeling everyone's emotional states, Alice unable to prevent herself from receiving visions of futures that other people had not elected to share. Bella was the one whose inner world was genuinely and structurally inaccessible, not protected through effort, not guarded through constant vigilance, not defended by some active and demanding practice of self-concealment. Simply hers, fully and permanently and without any cost to herself, in the way that things are yours when they are constitutionally your own, rather than things you have managed to hold on to. And she could extend this. She could take the quality that had always made her own interior genuinely sovereign and offer a version of that sovereignty to the people she loved. She could create around others the condition she had always simply been. The condition of having a mind that was genuinely your own, that was not accessible to abilities that would otherwise reach it without invitation or warning or any possibility of refusal. In a world where the most powerful and most feared supernatural abilities all operated through the mind, through the manipulation and invasion and suppression of thought and feeling and sensory experience, and the ability to make minds inaccessible was not merely a defensive tool in the passive sense. It was the specific and precise answer to the specific and precise mechanism through which the most significant power in the vampire world maintained its authority. She had spent her human life being the person whose thoughts stayed inside, the person who processed from the inside out, who was more present to her own interior than to the world's response to it, who had always been sealed in the deep and foundational sense without knowing there was anything to be sealed against. She had not known that this was protection. She had not known that there were things it was protecting her from, abilities it was blocking, attempts it was deflecting, continuously and without her knowledge for every day of her human life. She had simply been herself, as completely and as continuously as it is possible to be anything. And the transformation had taken that self, the most essential and the most irreducible thing about her, and made it permanent, and amplified it into something that could shelter not only herself but everyone she loved within the boundary of what she had always been. The girl who had always kept herself had become the woman who could keep others. And in a world that came for the mind first, that was not simply a gift, it was everything. There is a difference between a group of powerful individuals and a system. A group of powerful individuals brings to any situation the sum of its members' separate capabilities, each person contributing what they have, acting from their own position, producing outcomes that reflect the addition of distinct strengths applied in the same general direction. A system is something different. A system produces outcomes that could not be predicted simply by adding up what its components are capable of individually, because the components do not simply add, they interact, they compensate, they fill each other's gaps and amplify each other's strengths in ways that emerge from their specific combination, rather than from any one of them in isolation. The whole becomes genuinely greater than the sum of its parts, not as a figure of speech, but as a functional reality, observable in what the system can accomplish compared to what any individual within it could accomplish working alone. The Cullen family is a system, not by design, not because Carlisle assembled its members with strategic intent, as selecting for complementary gifts the way a military commander might select specialists to fill specific roles in a unit. The family was assembled from compassion, from the particular circumstances that brought each person to the point where transformation was offered and accepted, from the specific accidents and tragedies and moments of intervention that constitute each member's origin story, and yet the combination that resulted, the specific set of gifts and qualities that this particular group of people brought into their shared existence, functions with the coherence of something deliberately engineered. Each gift fills a gap that would otherwise exist. Each limitation is compensated by another's strength. Each cost is partially absorbed by the presence of someone whose own nature provides something that eases it. Us understanding this requires looking not at each gift in isolation, as each has been examined across the preceding acts, but at how they function in relationship to each other, at what each provides that the others cannot, at what each needs that the others supply, at the specific and remarkable way this particular combination of abilities creates something that none of them could be alone. Begin with the information layer, because information is the foundation on which everything else in the family's functioning is built. Edward's telepathy provides the family with a continuous and comprehensive real-time intelligence stream about every person within range, their thoughts, their intentions, their emotional states, their plans both formed and forming, the gap between what they are presenting and what they are actually experiencing or intending. This is not simply useful. It is structurally transformative for a group that must live invisibly among humans, that must navigate social situations while concealing an enormous amount about their actual nature, that faces threats from other vampires whose intentions and capabilities are not always legible from external behavior alone. Without Edward's telepathy, the family would navigate the world the way everyone else navigates it, through observation of surface behavior, through inference from available evidence, through the educated guessing that constitutes most of human and vampire social interaction. They would be alert and intelligent, and possessed of centuries of accumulated experience in reading people through conventional means, and they would still be operating with a fraction of the information that Edward's gift provides continuously and automatically. The difference is not merely quantitative, it is qualitative. Knowing what someone is actually thinking as they are thinking it, before they have had the opportunity to act on it or conceal it or revise it into its presentable version, changes the nature of the family's relationship to every situation they encounter. Threats that would otherwise require time to identify and respond to are visible before they fully form. Social complications that would otherwise require careful navigation are transparent before they develop. The family operates in a world of near-complete information about the immediate intentions of the people around them. Is from the security this provides is so thoroughly integrated into how they function that it would be difficult to fully appreciate without imagining its absence. But information without foresight is still reactive. Knowing what is happening right now, what the people currently within range are thinking and intending, still leaves the family responding to the present rather than preparing for the future. This is where Alice's precognition completes what Edward's telepathy begins, extending the family's information advantage from the present moment outward into what is approaching. Not what is here, but what is coming. What the decisions currently being made by people who may not yet be within Edward's range are moving toward. Alice sees threats before they arrive. She sees them in the form of decisions and their trajectories, and in the futures that are moving toward the family, before the family has any conventional means of knowing they are in motion. This means the family does not simply respond to danger. They position themselves in advance of it, adjust their situation before the threat has had time to fully develop, make choices that account for what is coming before anyone without Alice's gift would have any reason to suspect it was on the way. The advantage this provides is not merely tactical in the immediate sense, it is strategic across time, allowing the family to shape the conditions of potential conflicts rather than simply entering them as they present themselves. Together, Edward and Alice create an information environment that has no equivalent in the broader vampire world. Edward provides the depth, the comprehensive and immediate access to the full interior of every mind within range, the real-time stream of what is actually happening inside the people the family is dealing with. Alice provides the breadth, the temporal extension that reaches beyond the present moment into approaching futures, the strategic view that turns the family from reactive to proactive in their relationship with a world that is often actively dangerous for beings whose continued existence depends on remaining invisible. One sees into people, the other sees ahead of events. Together they constitute an intelligence and strategic planning capacity that would make the family formidable, even if they had no other gifts at all. But information and foresight, however comprehensive, and do not manage the immediate psychological and emotional reality of situations as they are being lived through. This is the layer that Jasper's empathy addresses, and understanding what it provides requires understanding the specific ways in which the emotional management of a situation can be as determinative of its outcome as the strategic information available about it. A family member whose thirst is escalating in a situation that requires sustained close proximity to humans may have access to all the information in the world about why restraint is necessary and what the consequences of failure would be, and still be at risk of losing the control that information alone cannot provide. And a tense encounter with unknown vampires whose intentions are unclear may be navigated with complete strategic intelligence and still be derailed by the emotional escalation that uncertainty and threat naturally produce in beings whose responses are amplified beyond the human range. Jasper manages this layer. He reads the emotional temperature of every situation the family encounters, receiving the emotional states of everyone present as a direct physical experience, and he can adjust what he receives, can introduce calm into escalating tension, can reduce the felt intensity of the thirst at moments when it is approaching the threshold of control, can modulate the emotional environment of an encounter in ways that change its dynamics before those dynamics have had time to produce irreversible consequences. He does this continuously, often without announcement, often without the people he is helping being fully aware that the steadiness they are feeling has a source outside themselves. He is the family's emotional infrastructure, the layer beneath the strategic and informational layers that keeps the whole system functioning even under the pressure that genuine threat produces. The relationship between his gift and Edward's is worth examining specifically, because it represents one of the more elegant complementary interactions in the family system. Edward knows what people are thinking. Jasper knows what they are feeling. These are overlapping but not identical things. Thought and feeling share territory, but are not the same territory. And access to one does not automatically provide access to the other with the same completeness. Together, the two gifts provide a picture of the people around the family that is more complete than either could provide alone. Edward knows the content of the minds, the specific thoughts, the formed intentions, the plans and assessments and judgments that constitute the upper cognitive layer of a person's interior life. Jasper knows the emotional reality beneath that content, the feeling state that colors and shapes and sometimes contradicts the thoughts, the actual emotional experience of the person regardless of what their thoughts are presenting as their experience. Between them, They know both what people are thinking and how they actually feel about it, which is more than most people know about themselves. The protection layer is where Bella's shield enters the system, and its relationship to everything else the system contains is the most strategically significant interaction of all, because it does something that no other component of the system can do for itself. Every other gift in the family, Edward's telepathy, Alice's precognition, Jasper's empathy, is a form of openness, a directed connection between the person who possesses the gift and the world, or the people around them. These gifts function by reaching out, by receiving, by making and maintaining connection between the family member and the information or the emotional states or the futures that the gift accesses. They are, in this sense, forms of permeability. The family member is open to something from outside themselves, receiving it involuntarily and continuously, and managing the reception as best they can, but unable to close the channel through which the reception occurs. Bella's shield does the opposite. It closes channels. It makes the interior inaccessible to abilities that would otherwise reach it, creating a boundary that the most powerful mental abilities in the vampire world cannot cross. And crucially, it can do this not only for herself but for others. She can extend the boundary of her protection outward to encompass the family members near her, placing them inside the same impenetrable interior space that she herself has always occupied. This means that the family members whose gifts require them to be permanently open, who cannot choose not to receive what their gifts bring to them, can be given, within the extension of Bella's shield, something they cannot achieve for themselves. Not silence, not the complete absence of their gifts functioning, but protection from the specific category of external abilities that would otherwise be able to reach through their openness to harm them. In the context of the Volturi, this interaction becomes the most important strategic reality the family possesses. Jane and Alec's gifts, the pain illusion and the sensory deprivation, are the mechanism through which the Volturi neutralize covens that would otherwise be capable of physical resistance. They do not need to be physically superior to the groups they confront, because Jane and Alec render physical capability irrelevant before confrontation begins. A coven that cannot feel its own senses cannot coordinate a defense. A coven that is experiencing incapacitating pain cannot organize an effective response. The Volturi's authority over the vampire world rests in significant part on the incontestability of these two abilities, on the understanding throughout the immortal world that there was no defense against them that any coven had ever successfully maintained. Bella's shield maintains exactly that defense, extended to cover the entire family. It renders Jane and Alec functionally inoperative, their gifts arriving at the boundary of Bella's protection and stopping there, unable to reach any of the minds inside it. This means the family can engage with a Volturi confrontation from a position of genuine parity that no other coven in the vampire world could claim, because no other coven had anyone who could do what Bella does. The strategic significance of this cannot be overstated. It does not simply protect the family from the Volturi's primary weapons. It removes the foundation on which the Volturi's claim to unchallenged authority rests, at least in the context of any encounter that includes Bella's shield at full extension. The Volturi can still bring their numbers, their centuries of experience, their collection of other gifted members, but they cannot bring the specific incontestability that Jane and Alec provide, and without that incontestability, the confrontation becomes something genuinely different from what the Volturi are accustomed to engaging in. The foundation layer, Carlisle's self-control and Esme's love, operates beneath all of this in the way that foundations operate beneath everything built on them, which is to say invisibly in function, but decisively in effect. The family's gifts, however extraordinary in their individual expressions, require an ethical and emotional context to be directed toward anything other than self-interest or survival. Carlisle provides the ethical substrate, the 3 centuries of practiced moral conviction that has shaped the family's relationship to their own nature, that has established the framework within which their gifts are understood as responsibilities rather than simply as tools. His influence is not an ability in any conventional sense, but its effects on the family's functioning are as structural as any ability in the group. He is the reason that Edward's telepathy is experienced as an ethical burden rather than simply an advantage. The reason that Alice's precognition is directed toward the family's protection rather than toward personal enrichment, and the reason that Jasper's emotional manipulation is exercised with the careful restraint of someone who understands what it means to use such a thing without adequate ethical grounding. Esme provides the emotional substrate, the specific quality of belonging and unconditional acceptance that makes the family a family in a genuine sense rather than simply a strategically advantageous grouping of individuals with complementary abilities. She is the reason the family functions as a unit rather than as a coalition of self-interested parties who happen to be cooperating. The loyalty that each member feels toward the others, the willingness to accept significant personal cost in service of the group's well-being, and the trust that allows them to function in coordination under pressure. These qualities exist in each of them independently to varying degrees, but Esme's presence amplifies and sustains them in the way that the presence of someone whose love is genuinely unconditional tends to amplify the capacity for love and loyalty in everyone around them. The physical layer, Emmett's extraordinary strength and Rosalie's presence and capabilities, provides the system with something that the information and emotional and protective layers cannot substitute for, which is direct and unambiguous physical capacity. There are situations that cannot be resolved through information or managed through emotional adjustment or protected against through a mental shield. Situations that require force, cleanly and immediately applied, are without the hesitation that fear produces and without the encumbrance of the physical limitations that most beings bring to direct confrontation. Emmett's fearlessness and amplified strength provide this. He acts without hesitation in the situations that require action, brings to physical confrontation a clarity and directness that complements the more complex functioning of the system's other layers, and serves as the final line of response when every other layer has done what it can do, and something more immediate is still required. The fragility of the system is worth examining as honestly as its strength, because understanding what could disrupt it is as important as understanding what makes it function. The information layer fails if Edward's guilt or his emotional state disrupts his capacity to function with the clarity that his gift requires. He is the system's most emotionally complex member, carrying the most morally demanding gift. and the history of his vigilante years demonstrates that his gift can be turned against the system's values rather than in service of them under the right conditions of psychological stress. The foresight layer fails around the wolves and around any being whose decisions are made impulsively enough to outpace Alice's ability to track them, leaving the system genuinely blind in exactly the areas where it most assumes clear sight. The emotional management layer is the most vulnerable in conditions of extreme stress. Because Jasper's feedback loop means that the situations producing the highest stress in the family also produce the highest compounding demand on the very member tasked with managing that stress. The protection layer contracts under the emotional conditions that high-stress situations produce, weakening at exactly the moments it is most needed. The foundation layer is most vulnerable to the specific fear that motivates Esme more than anything else, the threat of loss, which can, under extreme circumstances, motivate responses that prioritize the family's preservation over the ethical framework that gives that preservation its meaning. These vulnerabilities do not cancel the system's extraordinary effectiveness. They simply make it honest. And a system without vulnerabilities is not a real system. It is a description of something that does not exist. The Cullen family's gifts interact and complement each other in ways that produce a collective capability genuinely beyond what any of them could achieve alone. And they do this while each member carries the specific and personal cost of their own gift, while each vulnerability remains real and unresolved, while the system functions not in spite of its complexity, but through it. The question that emerges from examining the family as a system rather than as a collection of individuals is whether it was assembled by chance or by something else, whether the specific complementarity of these gifts, the specific way each one fills what the others leave open, is the result of the accidents that brought each person to Carlisle's care, or whether there is some deeper pattern in how these particular people found each other and became what they became together. The question does not resolve cleanly, which is perhaps the most honest thing about it. Real systems rarely do. There is a particular kind of power that does not announce itself through visible strength. It does not rely on being larger or faster or more physically formidable than the people it governs. It relies instead on something more durable and more difficult to resist than any of those things, on the credible and demonstrated capacity to make resistance not merely costly, but categorically futile. The most effective systems of control in any world, human or otherwise, are not the ones that win every confrontation through superior force. And they are the ones that have made the idea of confrontation itself seem so thoroughly inadvisable that most potential challengers never arrive at the point of actually challenging. They govern not through the continuous exercise of power, but through the continuous awareness in everyone within their reach that the power exists and that its exercise, should it become necessary, will be complete and irresistible. This is the Volturi, and understanding them, understanding what they are and how they have maintained their position across millennia of vampire history, is inseparable from understanding the role that gifted vampires play in the broader politics of the immortal world. Because the Volturi's authority and gifted vampires are not separate topics. They are the same topic, examined from different angles. The Volturi are the oldest vampire coven in existence, seated for thousands of years in the ancient Tuscan city of Volterra, conducting the governance of the vampire world through a combination of law, enforcement, and the specific and carefully cultivated fear that their enforcement capacity generates in every coven that understands what they are capable of. They did not arrive at this position through democratic process, or through the broad recognition of their superior wisdom, or through any mechanism that involved the consent of the governed. They arrived at it through force, through the specific application of extraordinary gifts to the project of making themselves impossible to successfully oppose, and through the patience of beings with effectively unlimited time to consolidate what force had initially established. Their law is simple, which is part of what makes it effective. Do not create immortal children. Do not allow humans to know that vampires exist. Do not let the exposure of the vampire world's existence threaten the secret that has kept immortals safe from human awareness and human response for as long as the world has contained them. These rules are not arbitrary. They reflect genuine strategic wisdom about the conditions necessary for vampire existence to continue undisturbed. And most vampires who understand the history behind them recognize them as reasonable even when they resent the authority that enforces them. The genius of the Volturi's governing framework is that the rules they enforce are ones that most of the governed have independent reasons to comply with, and which means the enforcement rarely needs to be exercised against large numbers of people simultaneously, which means the enforcement capacity is always somewhat larger than the immediate demand on it, which means the perception of overwhelming power is easier to maintain than it would be if the Volturi were constantly depleting themselves, managing widespread non-compliance. But the rules are only part of the story. The other part, the part that makes the Volturi genuinely formidable, rather than simply organizationally effective, is the specific collection of gifted vampires they have assembled around themselves across the centuries. Aro understood, very early in his tenure as the most senior of the Volturi leadership, that gifts were the primary currency of power in the immortal world. Not territory, not wealth, not numbers, not the organizational sophistication of a well-run governing body. Gifts. Because gifts could do things that no other resource could do, could provide advantages so asymmetric that they effectively changed the nature of any confrontation in which they were present. A coven with superior numbers and centuries of combat experience is still a coven that can be read in real time by a telepath before it acts. Still a coven that can be rendered incapacitated by a single gifted individual whose ability operates faster than any physical response can counter. Numbers and experience matter less than they should in a world where abilities like Jane's and Alex exist. And Aro knew this with the specific clarity of someone whose own gift had given him millennia of insight into exactly what various supernatural abilities could accomplish. Aro's gift is worth examining on its own terms, before considering how it shapes everything else about him and about the Volturi's relationship to gifted vampires. He reads minds through touch, specifically through physical contact, a single held hand providing him with access to every thought the person has ever had, every memory, every feeling, every interior experience across the entire span of their existence. This is categorically different from Edward's telepathy, though both are described as forms of mind reading. Edward receives the present, the current active surface of a person's conscious thought, what they are thinking right now, in the ongoing moment of their existence. Aro receives everything, the complete historical record of a person's interior life, nothing omitted, nothing revised, and nothing protected by the imperfect human or vampire tendency to forget or oppress what is too difficult to hold clearly. He does not know what you are thinking now. He knows everything you have ever thought, in the precise form in which you originally thought it, as permanently as your own memory holds it, and often more completely. This gift has made Aro perhaps the most knowledgeable individual in the vampire world by a considerable margin, in the sense of knowing the most about the most people. It has also made him uniquely capable of identifying and assessing gifted vampires, because a single touch tells him not only what gift a vampire possesses, but exactly how that gift works, what its full range is, what its limitations are, how it has developed over time, what its possessor has discovered about it across the years of their existence. He is a perfect assessor of what he most values, and what he most values is precisely the thing his gift makes him best equipped to evaluate. This circularity is not coincidental. It is the mechanism through which the Volturi's collection of gifts has been built across the millennia, and it is the reason that collection is as comprehensive and as strategically considered as it is. Jane and Alec are the collection's most important pieces, and they were acquired together in circumstances that reveal something about the Volturi's relationship to gifted humans, as well as gifted vampires. They were human twins, burned as witches in a village in England in the early centuries of the second millennium, as their gifts already manifesting in human form in ways that had attracted the kind of attention that, in that era, tended to produce accusations of supernatural malevolence rather than recognition of supernatural potential. Aro intervened before the burning could be completed. He transformed both of them, recognizing in their human gifts the extraordinary potential the transformation would amplify, and he was correct in his assessment in ways that even his comprehensive gift might not have fully anticipated. Jane's gift, in its amplified vampire form, was the ability to create the complete and overwhelming illusion of physical pain in any mind she directed it toward. Not pain as metaphor, not pain as emotional experience, not a reduced or approximate version of the sensation. The full and complete experience of extreme physical pain, indistinguishable from the real thing to the nervous system receiving it, arriving instantly and at full intensity the moment Jane chose to apply it. The target experienced this as entirely real because to every mechanism their body had for distinguishing real experience from illusion, it was real. It could be sustained indefinitely. It could be applied to multiple targets. It could incapacitate beings of far greater physical strength and far more extensive experience than Jane herself possessed, because physical strength and experience had no relevance to a nervous system that was already entirely overwhelmed by pain. One person with Jane's gift was, in practical terms, a more effective enforcement mechanism than 100 physically exceptional vampires, because she could disable 100 physically exceptional vampires before any of them could close the distance to reach her. Alec's gift was the complement and the completion of Jane's. Where Jane inflicted overwhelming sensation, Alec removed all sensation entirely. His ability was to sever a person from their senses, completely, simultaneously, and without any physical intervention. leaving them conscious and aware that something was happening, but entirely cut off from any information about what it was. They could not see, could not hear, could not smell or feel or orient themselves in any way. They were present inside their own minds, but completely isolated from any input from the world outside those minds, unable to coordinate, unable to respond, unable to do anything except exist in the specific darkness of complete sensory deprivation, while whatever was happening around them happened without any possibility of response. His gift moved gradually outward from him like a spreading absence, reaching everyone within a certain range and taking from them, one sense at a time, and then all senses together, the very means by which they might have organized a defense against what was happening. Together, Jane and Alec meant that the Volturi did not need to be physically superior to anyone they confronted. Jane could eliminate the capacity for effective action in any individual targeted. Alec could eliminate it in an entire gathered group. By the time any physical confrontation began, and it had already been decided, not by the balance of physical capabilities, but by the prior application of two abilities that physical capability had no answer for. The Volturi's authority throughout the vampire world was sustained by this reality, by the understanding that confronting them meant confronting Jane and Alec first, before any other consideration became relevant, and that there was nothing any coven had ever discovered that constituted an adequate response to what Jane and Alec could do. There was nothing, that is, until Bella Swan. The significance of Bella's shield in the context of the Volturi's power is not simply that it protects her from Jane and Alec personally, though it does that completely. It is that it demonstrates that Jane and Alec can be blocked, which is information about those abilities that the Volturi had never previously been forced to contend with, and that fundamentally changes the nature of what those abilities represent as enforcement mechanisms. The Volturi's power over the vampire world rested not only on what Jane and Alec could actually do, but on the belief, universally held throughout the immortal world, that what they could do admitted no defense. The moment a defense exists and is demonstrated to function, the belief changes. The incontestability that the Volturi had spent millennia constructing and maintaining becomes, in the presence of Bella's shield, something that applies everywhere except in the specific situation where her shield is present. And in that specific situation, the Volturi must engage as what they are without the strategic amplification that Jane and Alec provide. As a large and experienced coven with some gifted members, facing another large and experienced coven with gifted members, without the asymmetric advantage that has always been the actual foundation of their authority. The Volturi's interest in the Cullen family's gifted members extends well beyond Bella's shield, and has existed for far longer. Aro has wanted Edward for decades, and the nature of that wanting reflects everything about how the Volturi understand and value supernatural gifts. Edward's telepathy is, in Aro's assessment, one of the most valuable abilities in the vampire world. A mind reader whose range and sensitivity exceed any other known telepath, who can receive the thoughts of every person within a significant radius continuously and without requiring physical contact. The strategic applications of this ability in the governance of the vampire world would be extraordinary. A governing body with access to Edward's gift would know, in real time, the actual intentions of every vampire they met with, every coven that presented itself for judgment, every individual whose compliance or non-compliance was a question requiring assessment. The gap between what people said and what they actually intended. The gap that all governance must navigate without reliable means of closing would simply not exist, and Alice's ability is the other piece of the collection that Aro has coveted with the specific and patient desire of someone who understands exactly what something is worth and is willing to take the time necessary to acquire it. Precognition that tracks decisions rather than fixed futures is, in strategic terms, perhaps the most valuable gift in the vampire world. It does not merely show what is coming. It shows what is coming in time to respond to it, which is the distinction that makes the difference between foresight as wisdom and foresight as actual strategic capability. A governing body with Alice's gift would see challenges to its authority before those challenges had developed into anything requiring response, and would be able to neutralize threats in their earliest form rather than engaging them after they had gathered strength and momentum. The Volturi with Alice would be, effectively, ungovernable by any opposition that operates through the formation and execution of plans, because every plan would be visible in its earliest stages. The Cullens' refusal to join the Volturi is therefore not merely a personal preference that the Volturi find mildly inconvenient. It is an ongoing and unresolved affront to a governing philosophy that views gifted vampires as instruments of governance that should be in the possession of those who govern. Aro's understanding of gifts is fundamentally a proprietary one. Gifts belong where they are most strategically useful, and the most strategically useful place for the most powerful gifts in the world is within the Volturi's collection. The fact that Edward and Alice and Bella exist outside that collection, in the possession of a family that has demonstrated both the capacity to resist Volturi pressure and the will to do so, is a situation that Aro experiences as a kind of ongoing incompleteness, a gap in what should be a comprehensive arrangement. What the Volturi's relationship to gifted vampires reveals about the nature of gifts themselves is something worth pausing on before moving forward, because the contrast it provides with the Cullens' understanding of their own abilities is one of the more illuminating aspects of the entire story. The Volturi see gifts as capabilities, things that can be owned, directed, deployed in service of purposes determined by whoever controls the gifted individual. The gift is separate from the person in this framework, something the person has rather than something the person is, something that can in principle be redirected toward different purposes without fundamentally changing what it is. Aro's collection is organized around this understanding. He collects people because of what they can do, and what they can do for him is the primary consideration that governs how they are valued and how they are treated. The Cullens understand their gifts in precisely the opposite way, as has been the central argument of everything examined across the preceding acts. For them, the gift is not something separate from the person that can be redirected without remainder. It is the most essential thing about the person, had the quality most deeply embedded in who they were and who they remain, the thread of identity that runs unbroken from their human life through their transformation and into everything that followed. To direct Edward's telepathy toward governance and enforcement would not simply be to repurpose a tool. It would be to take the quality most essentially Edward, the perceptiveness, the moral sensitivity, the acute awareness of the gap between surface and reality, and put it in service of purposes that the moral sensitivity itself would find intolerable. The gift and the person cannot be separated in the way Aro's collection philosophy requires, and this is why every gifted vampire Aro has genuinely wanted and not been able to acquire has been a person rather than simply a capability. The question this contrast raises, what it says about Aro and about the Volturi more broadly, that their governing philosophy requires the separation of gift from person, is one that the law raises without fully answering. What human trait was amplified in Aro to produce his specific gift? And what does that trait suggest about who he was and who the transformation preserved him as? What does it mean that the person most obsessed with collecting and cataloguing the gifts of others possesses himself, the ability to access the complete interior history of every person he touches? The answer that presents itself is not comfortable, and the discomfort is probably the point. The Volturi are not simply the powerful. They are the powerful who have organized their power around a specific and coherent philosophy about what gifts are and what they are for. And that philosophy, placed alongside the Cullens' understanding of the same question, reveals something essential about the difference between power that serves itself and power that serves something larger than itself. The gifts are the same. The difference is entirely in what the people who carry them have decided those gifts mean. There is a question that runs beneath every individual story examined in this account, beneath each act and each origin, and each careful exploration of what a particular gift costs and provides and reveals. It has been present without being fully stated, implied by the pattern without being made explicit, unavailable to anyone paying close enough attention, but not yet brought to the center where it can be examined directly. The question is this: if a vampire's gift is the amplification of their most essential human trait, then the gift is not merely a supernatural ability. It is the most preserved piece of that person's humanity. It is the thing that survived death and transformation most completely. The quality so deeply embedded in who they were that the process which ended their human life and began their immortal one could not remove it, could only take it and make it permanent and make it larger and make it impossible to ignore in a way that its human expression, constrained by biology and circumstance, had sometimes allowed it to be ignored. Had this means that to understand a vampire's gift is to understand what was most essentially human about them. And to understand what was most essentially human about them is to understand what they lost when that humanity ended, and what, against all expectation, they carried forward. Begin with Carlisle, because his story is the oldest among them, and because the gift he carries into his immortal existence is the one that most directly illuminates the relationship between human conviction and supernatural expression. His self-control, the extraordinary century-spanning, daily renewed commitment to resisting the most fundamental demand of his vampire nature, did not emerge from transformation as something new. It emerged from transformation as the amplified expression of something that was already the central organizing principle of his human psychology. He was, as a human, a person for whom moral conviction was not one value among many, but the framework through which all other values were understood and all other decisions were made. His father's faith had given him the architecture, and his own nature had filled that architecture with genuine belief rather than performed compliance. And the result was a person for whom doing the right thing was not a struggle against preference, but the most fundamental expression of who he was. The transformation amplified this into something that exceeded anything human moral conviction could produce, because the demand against which his conviction was now tested exceeded anything a human moral framework had ever been required to resist. He was not a person choosing to be kind when cruelty was easier, or choosing honesty when deception was more convenient. He was a predator designed at every biological level to feed on human blood, choosing not to every single day across more than 3 centuries, without the accumulated conditioning that makes human virtue easier over time. Human virtue generally becomes easier with practice. The neural pathways of good behavior strengthen through repetition. The temptations that once required significant effort to resist gradually require less, as the habit of resistance itself becomes established. This does not happen with the vampire thirst. The thirst remains constant in its intensity, at always requiring the same active resistance it required on the first day, never becoming easier in the way that most forms of sustained human virtue eventually ease. Carlisle's gift is 3 centuries of choosing the same difficult thing every single day without the mercy of habituation. What this reveals about his humanity is that the most essentially human thing about Carlisle Cullen was not any specific belief or practice or professional identity. It was the structure of his moral life, the way his interior world was organized around the question of what was right, and the commitment to doing it regardless of what doing it cost. The transformation preserved this structure and filled it with a content appropriate to what he had become. And the result is a vampire whose most supernatural quality is simultaneously his most human one. His gift is not separate from his humanity. It is his humanity expressed through and against the nature that would otherwise overwhelm it. Edward's case illuminates a different and more painful dimension of the same principle. His telepathy, as has been examined in detail, is the amplification of a perceptiveness that was already present in him as a 17-year-old, an unusual sensitivity to the interior lives of the people around him, an acute awareness of the gap between what people presented and what they actually were, a quality of observation that went beyond what experience alone could have produced in someone so young. This quality, amplified beyond every human constraint, became the ability to hear every thought of every person within range, continuously and involuntarily, for over a century. The humanity preserved in this gift is a specific and somewhat devastating one. Edward's most essential human quality was his capacity for moral perception. Not simply intelligence, not simply sensitivity, but the particular combination of the two that allowed him to see people clearly and to care about what he saw. His telepathy is this quality made absolute. He does not simply perceive the moral dimensions of the situations he encounters. He has direct and unmediated access to the full moral reality of every person within range, their actual intentions, their genuine feelings, their real assessments of each other and themselves, stripped of every protective distance that normal human social interaction maintains. He knows too much to look away, and he cares too much not to be affected by what he knows. At the gift that makes him the most informed person in any room is also the gift that makes him the most morally burdened, because information without the ability to act on it, or with only the ability to act on it in limited ways, is a specific and ongoing form of suffering. His vigilante years, viewed through this lens, become something more understandable, if not more excusable. He was a person whose most essential quality was moral perception, living in a body that gave him perfect access to moral reality in its most unfiltered form, with no way to act on what he perceived except the specific and very limited options available to him. The decision to act on the thoughts of the murderers and predators he could hear was, in one reading, and the decision to let his most essential quality determine his behavior, to follow his perception to its logical conclusion, rather than continuing to hold the tension between what he knew and what he was permitted to do with that knowledge. That the conclusion was wrong does not make the reasoning unrecognizable. It makes it tragic, which is a different thing. Alice's situation is the one that contains perhaps the sharpest irony of any in the family. And the irony is precise enough that it seems almost designed rather than accidental. Her gift is oriented toward the future. It looks forward, tracks what is coming, maps the trajectories of decisions into the outcomes they are moving toward. It is constitutionally forward-facing, built to receive the future rather than to preserve the past. It organized around what is approaching rather than what has already arrived. And the cost of this gift, the specific and ironic cost, the one that seems almost too perfectly matched to the ability itself to be random, is that Alice has no past to look back on. The transformation erased it. The human memories that would allow her to trace the line of her own existence back to its beginning, to understand herself as a continuous person with a history, rather than an immortal being who appeared fully formed in a cellar somewhere and started following visions. Those memories are gone. Her gift looks forward and she cannot look back. The ability that makes the future visible to her rendered her own past invisible. She can see the decisions of people who have not yet met her, and can track the futures of beings whose paths will not intersect with hers for years. She cannot remember her own mother's face. She cannot remember what it felt like to be the girl in the institution in Biloxi, sitting with knowledge of things not yet happened in a place that responded to that knowledge with treatment intended to eliminate it. The girl survived, in the sense that what was most essential about her survived into the immortal being she became. But the girl's memories, the specific and irreplaceable texture of her human experience, did not make the crossing. Her gift preserved her most essential quality, and in doing so consumed the record of the life in which that quality first manifested. There is something in this that goes beyond simple irony, and Alice's gift looks forward because that is the direction her most essential quality faced, the direction in which the person she was always most oriented, toward what was coming rather than what had been. The transformation amplified this orientation to its absolute expression, and in doing so, completed it. She is now entirely forward-facing by nature and by the specific cost of her transformation, in a way that she can acknowledge and accept but cannot change. The past is simply not where she lives. The future is the only direction available to her, and she follows it with the particular grace of someone who has made peace, not through resolution, but through acceptance, with the shape of the existence she was given. Jasper's situation contains a different and more visceral irony than Alice's, one that is less about the structure of time and more about the structure of feeling. He is the most empathic member of the family, the one whose gift makes him most continuously and most directly aware of what other people are actually experiencing, the one who cannot be in any situation without knowing its emotional reality from the inside. And he is also the member of the family with the most to feel guilty about, with the most extensive and most personally experienced record of having caused the kind of suffering that his gift makes him feel with perfect clarity. He cannot intellectually distance himself from his past in the way that people sometimes manage the memory of things they have done that they regret. His gift does not permit intellectual distance from emotional reality. When he remembers what he did in Maria's service, when the memories surface, as memories do, in the ongoing texture of his immortal existence, he feels the suffering of the people those actions affected with the same immediacy that he feels everything else. He re-experiences the cost of his past choices not as information held at cognitive distance, but as felt reality, as physical sensation in the present moment. This is the specific form of moral consequence that his gift imposes. He cannot do harm without feeling it. He cannot remember harm done without feeling it again. The empathy that makes him uniquely sensitive to the well-being of the people around him also makes him uniquely unable to escape the well-being of the people he has already harmed. And because his gift does not distinguish between the feelings of the living and the feelings of the remembered, he carries his history differently than the other members of the family carry theirs, with a directness and an immediacy that is inseparable from what his most essential quality is and has always been. His transformation preserved the thing that made him most capable of both compassion and suffering, and it made both of those things larger than any human scale could have contained. Rosalie's situation is the one that most directly and most painfully illustrates the principle that the gift preserves the most essential human quality in the precise form it occupied at the moment of transformation, including the wounds that had attached themselves to that quality and that were part of its texture at that specific moment. Her beauty was her most essential human trait, in the sense that it was the quality most central to her social identity, most determinative of how the world related to her and how she understood her own position within the world. It was also, at the moment of her transformation, inseparable from the specific trauma of what had been done to her because of it, from the brutal and deliberate violation that had used her beauty as its justification and its occasion. The transformation amplified the beauty to its absolute expression and preserved it permanently, and with it preserved the wound that was attached to it, the irresolvable grief of being defined forever by the quality that was implicated in the worst thing that ever happened to her. She is frozen not simply in an identity, but in a wounded identity, unpreserved at the moment of the wound, rather than at some earlier or later moment when the identity was intact or when the wound had healed into something less raw. This is the cruelest expression of the principle, the case in which the preservation of what was most essential is also the preservation of the most painful dimension of what that essential quality had become at the precise moment that mattered. She cannot grow past it, cannot develop in directions that would change her relationship to the quality that defines her, cannot heal in the way that time sometimes heals human wounds, simply by moving the wounded person forward into new experiences that gradually accumulate until the wound occupies a smaller proportion of the whole. She has no forward movement in this sense. She is where she was, and Bella's case is the one that completes the pattern and illuminates it most fully. because her gift is the one that is most purely an expression of her most essential quality, without the complication of significant trauma or irony or painful cost attached to it in the same way. Her shield is her self-containment made permanent and active. The quality of being genuinely interior, of processing from the inside out, of maintaining a sovereign inner world that other people's access cannot penetrate, amplified from a passive psychological feature into an active and extraordinary supernatural ability. What this reveals about her humanity is something that her human life expressed consistently but quietly, without the drama that might have made it more visible. She was always the person who kept herself, always the person whose inner world was genuinely her own, not because she was defended in the guarded sense, but because she was complete in herself in a way that simply did not require external input for its maintenance. The transformation took this completeness and made it literal, a shield with physical edges that she can feel and move, a boundary that exists in the world rather than simply in the structure of her psychology, and she can share it. This is a dimension of her gift that goes beyond the simple preservation of what she most essentially was, and into something that the preservation made possible. The capacity to extend the sovereignty of her inner world outward, to offer to others the condition she has always simply inhabited, in a family defined by the various ways in which their gifts make their inner worlds accessible to or overwhelmed by external influence. Bella is the one who can give them back something they cannot give themselves. She can make Edward's mind inaccessible to those who would reach into it. She can make Jasper's emotional world a place that external manipulation cannot penetrate. She can create, around the people she loves, the condition that was always her most natural state. The condition of being genuinely, structurally, impenetrably oneself. The pattern, considered across all of them together, suggests something about the nature of identity that goes beyond the specific circumstances of the Cullen family and into something more generally true. What we are most essentially, the quality most deeply embedded in us, are most central to how we process the world and relate to others and understand ourselves, is also the most durable thing about us. It is the thing that survives, not intact and unchanged. The amplification changes its scale and its expression, and often its cost, and the circumstances that shaped it at the moment of transformation are part of what gets preserved along with the quality itself. But the essential thing persists. It crosses the boundary that everything else stops at. The listener, settling into the quiet of this late hour, might find something worth carrying gently into sleep in this thought. What is most essentially you? Not what you do, not the role you occupy, or the skills you have developed, or the things you are recognized for, but the quality most fundamentally present in how you are built, the way you meet the world before you have decided how to meet it, the thing you were before you learned what you were supposed to be. Whatever that quality is, the pattern suggests, it is durable in ways that the more contingent aspects of identity are not. It persists through the things that change everything else. It carries forward. It is, in the most essential sense, the part of you that survives, not unchanged, not without cost, not without the wounds that have attached themselves to it across the years of its expression in the world, but present, continuous, recognizably itself, across every transformation that life and time and circumstance impose. The Cullen family is in this reading not simply a collection of vampires with extraordinary abilities, or they are a set of demonstrations of this principle, rendered visible by the specific mechanism of their transformation in ways that human lives only make visible gradually and with much less clarity. They show us, in heightened and permanent form, what it looks like when the most essential thing about a person is made impossible to ignore. And in showing us that, they show us something about what the most essential thing in any person might be worth, what it might survive, and what it might become, if nothing could diminish it. And so the story rests here, in the quiet. Carlisle, who chose goodness so many times, it became indistinguishable from his nature. Esme, who loved so completely that love itself became a structure others could live inside. Edward, who heard everything and found peace only in one beautiful silence. Alice, who saw every future except the one that contained her own beginning. Jasper, who felt every wound and chose, daily, to heal rather than harm. Rosalie, who carries what was taken from her with an honesty that refuses to pretend the loss was anything less than total. Emmett, who met every darkness with his whole chest and never once looked away. And Bella, who kept herself so completely that she learned, in the end, to keep everyone she loved. 8 people, 8 gifts, 8 different answers to the same quiet question. What remains when everything mortal falls away? What remains is the most essential thing. It always was. Let that thought settle now, soft as snowfall, as your breathing slows and the night deepens around you. You are safe. You are still. And whatever is most essentially you, it is already more than enough. Sleep well, dreamy travelers. Good night.